country. And therefore, this cooperation should have a research institute with these machines and technology based on science, where the funding can be poured in, and also as a component of intellectual property. Intellectual property to patenting is extremely expensive. And therefore, countries joined together can be able to patent innovations that are going to be created or can be derived from such a research institute. The patenting is extremely important to protect the knowledge that is created by that institute, which is to do with regional cooperation. And the last point is we cannot escape development without using the natural law. There is a natural law that the Silicon Valley of the United States was extremely important, linking up universities and research in the Silicon Valley there. That's why you have now applied cell phones, the mobile, and all of these things, they originate from the Silicon Valley. Why can't we create the Silicon Valley of Africa? The Silicon Valley of Africa is extremely important. That gives young people brains to go and explore their IT. And many children like IT, playing with toys and so on. So that is an area we can exploit to capture the young minds who can be there and learn how to apply the new technology. So the Silicon Valley and Research Institute, where there are machines, where people can go and do their research. Thirdly, the patenting, to protect the patents of not only Uganda, but Africa or regional cooperation. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Yes, in the third row, there is a right side, a gentleman raising hand. Yes.
Merci pour la parole. Ma question s'oriente à tous les panélistes. De prime d'abord, je voudrais remercier les panélistes pour la qualité de leurs interventions. Je voulais savoir, concernant l'Institut dont on parle ici, de la coopération Sud-Sud, est-ce que c'est une structure qui est sous tutelle des organes de l'Union africaine, ou bien ça a une autonomie en termes d'organisation? Voilà ma première question. Je voulais aussi intervenir par rapport aux programmes qui peuvent être relevés dans l'Institut. Nous avons cette manie en Afrique de copier les programmes européens, certes qui sont très ficelés et très scientifiques, mais je souhaiterais pour cet institut qui est vraiment calqué sur le problème des Africains. Je plaide pour que les programmes de cours puissent refléter les réalités africaines et les vrais besoins des pays africains. Les autres civilisations peuvent être des modèles pour l'Afrique, mais gardons ce besoin de l'Afrique, quel type de coopération que nous avons opté, et un programme adapté à nos problèmes afin de le résoudre à travers cet institut. Et j'en profite pour féliciter la Guinée pour ses avancées qui ont été entreprises dans le cadre de l'Institut. Je vous remercie.
Thank you, distinguished participants, to bringing that issue, that question. Is there one more question? If not, nobody is interested, ask.
Merci.
Yeah.
Bah, j'ai eu du mal à prendre le micro parce que je suis bloqué par les caméras. Merci. Je profite de cette prise de micro pour remercier les autorités ougandaises pour l'accueil qu'ils nous ont réservé dans ce beau cadre. Je suis Jean-Elvis Mobula, je viens de la République du Congo et je voudrais donc féliciter les panélistes, en particulier la République de Guinée pour avoir accepté d'abriter le siège de l'Institut et tous les efforts qu'ils ont déjà consentis dans le cadre de donner un statut à cet institut. Mais également tous les partenaires, en particulier la Banque islamique de développement et le PNUD qui accompagnent le projet depuis des années. Et à mon avis, la création de cet institut, c'est quelque chose qui rend la coopération sud-sud concrète. Parce que la coopération sud-sud et triangulaire, ça ne doit pas être quelque chose de théorique, ça doit être quelque chose de concret, de pratique, de visible. Et la création de cet institut est une matérialisation justement de cette coopération. J'ai une question à l'endroit de la Banque islamique de développement qui accompagne les pays dans la création ou dans le renforcement de l'écosystème de création, de coopération sud-sud et triangulaire. J'aimerais savoir si cet accompagnement est réservé seulement aux pays membres de la banque ou bien si tous les pays peuvent bénéficier de cet accompagnement et dans ce cas, comment faire pour avoir cet accompagnement. Ensuite, j'ai une proposition à faire dans le cadre de la mise en œuvre de la feuille de route. J'avais une question sur le lancement des activités. J'ai eu la réponse, on a parlé de début 2024. C'est bientôt là, c'est très proche. Et de mon point de vue, la communication ou la promotion de l'Institut n'est pas encore vraiment à plein régime. Je suggère donc que, au-delà de la promotion de l'Institut en marge des événements internationaux, de la conférence de la Banque islamique de développement et tout ce qu'on a cité, qu'on essaie quand même de faire la promotion de cet institut au niveau de l'Union africaine, au niveau en marge des activités de l'Union africaine et des communautés économiques régionales. Parce que qu'on le veuille ou pas, il ne s'agit pas que des pays africains, il ne s'agit pas que d'une affaire des pays africains, mais je pense que le fait que ce soit en Afrique, le fait que ce soit en Guinée, il faudrait que les Africains s'en approprient d'abord. Et pour s'approprier de cet institut, il est nécessaire qu'une grande communication soit faite au niveau de nos communautés économiques régionales, au niveau des activités de l'Union africaine. Et peut-être pour enchérir un peu sur ce que les deux précédents intervenants ont dit, il faudrait que ce soit quelque chose d'original, où on partage, mais en se basant sur nos cultures, sur notre originalité, et qu'on essaye de mettre en place des programmes qui sont liés au partage d'expériences en termes de production de nos biens et services basés sur le modèle africain. Je vous remercie. Asante sana. Thank you so much.
Thank you. I want to thank all the participants who have raised 4 important points. The questions or comments, suggestion is really a mixed one. The first 2 is on substantive issue. The first question is about how this institute is going to help the marginalized people, how this institute is going to do the work which would help the rural poor. So that's the agriculture, rural poor, marginalized people. The second question is more focusing on the role of science and technology in promoting industrialization. Put it in a different way, how do you actually, this institute would leverage, harness the 4th industrial revolutions for advancing sustainable developmental agenda in Africa continent. So that is the first two questions on the substantive side. The third and fourth questions on the more like the institutional arrangement and the other, mandate scope. The third question and fourth question is about whether it is a part of the African Union, outside the African Union. I mean, it's also need to focusing on the Africa unique challenges, Africa issues, kind of issues. So I don't want to repeat the question. So that's the questions. So now I want to actually request all the panel member, you may take maximum 2 minutes and pick up any of those questions. You can just say, I mean, something very briefly, not more than 2 minutes. Let me start with the ambassador again.
Thank you very much, Mr. Moderator, and thank you very much for your questions. Je vais répondre en français pour mieux élaborer mon propos. Je vais essayer de répondre, de commencer par la dernière préoccupation et qui est pertinente, relative à la communication sur la création de l'Institut. En réalité, la feuille de route qui est proposée, elle est sujette à amélioration. Nous avons déjà identifié un certain nombre d'événements où l'on va faire la promotion de l'Institut. Le prochain, c'est le sommet des PMA qui va se tenir au mois de mars au Qatar. Mais nous allons également, avec les propositions faites, essayer d'ajuster certains événements au niveau sous-régional, mais aussi au niveau continental, pour effectivement avoir cette empreinte africaine de la conception jusqu'à la mise en œuvre de toutes les activités de l'Institut. Donc ça, c'est pour répondre à la dernière préoccupation. Je suis d'accord avec mon collègue de la RDC qui suggère également que l'Institut prenne en compte les réalités et les besoins du continent. Ce qu'il faudrait savoir, c'est que les documents de base qui sont actuellement en phase d'examen par le gouvernement guinéen seront mis à la disposition donc, de tous les États membres intéressés à prendre part à cet institut, qui pourront également, donc, avant la création effective de l'Institut, apporter leurs inputs et donc prendre en compte cette dimension africaine dans l'ensemble des activités de l'Institut. Sur les questions un peu plus techniques, peut-être que je laisserai mon collègue M. Diallo, expert en développement international, réagir. Je vous remercie.
Bon, je vous remercie, Monsieur le modérateur.
Thank you. The translator wanted to use the podium. So the panel member, please go to the podium to speak 2 minutes. Sorry. Mr. You.
Thank you. Just to reply for the marginalized person, we do believe that South-Southern Triangle cooperation is an inclusiveness concept, and it's very important to support rich people, but it's much more important to support people who are marginalized. At the level of Islamic Development Bank, we do believe that supporting inclusiveness development is very important. And at the level of international institute that we are supporting, so we'll be working at 2 levels. At the upstream level, we'll support research to include inclusiveness as part of our work for the marginalized service people, and at the downstream we'll be supporting developing of regional intervention and regional program to include and to target marginalized service. For example, at the level of the Islamic Development Bank, we didn't wait until actually the development or the establishment of this institute. Our Excellency, the President of Islamic Development Bank last year, launched an online academy for South-Southern Triangle cooperation, where we can actually consult this academy online from everywhere, actually from the cities and from the rural areas. So it will allow people from everywhere to benefit from this online academy of South-Southern Triangle cooperation, to know more about this, the intervention of not only the bank, but all the stakeholders on South-Southern Triangle cooperation. This is in the upstream level. In the downstream level, we started a couple of years ago to develop a kind of mobile financial service to target the rural area. We started doing that in Mauritania, thanks to our partner in Tunisia, Moripost in Tunisia, with the Technical Cooperation Agency of Tunisia. We developed a very successful intervention in Mauritania, and we are looking forward to develop this kind of intervention for poor people in rural area in Djibouti this year. And later on, we are thinking about developing a kind of regional program where we will be having mobile financial service targeting deprived people in a rural area. So this kind of regional program will be later on actually also will be developed by this international institute, since they will have the mandate to promote and develop regional program and research for not only rich people, but for everybody, including, people in rural area and poor people. Thank you.
Voilà, merci, monsieur le modérateur. Je remercie les participants pour leurs questions. Concernant la première question, elle est déjà répondue par monsieur le distingué représentant de la BID. Il s'agira de faire l'échange, de collecter les données sur les bonnes pratiques dans le secteur agricole en vue de les vulgariser au niveau de toutes les couches, de manière à permettre aux personnes vulnérables de tirer profit de l'appui de l'Institut à la réduction de la pauvreté, sinon à l'émergence d'une société agricole plus humaine. En ce qui concerne la question relative à la science et à la technologie, c'est une dimension qui n'a pas été occultée, elle figure dans les textes constitutifs de l'Institut. Mais comme vous le savez, il fallait résumer, abréger, donc sinon ça figure. Troisième chose, les réalités africaines, ça, je l'ai mentionné dans ma communication, l'Institut, c'est d'abord pour l'Afrique. Parce que les pays africains, les PMA, sont au nombre de 33 sur les 54 pays indépendants d'Afrique. Ces PMA-là représentent la majorité et l'Institut aide d'abord les PMA à sortir de cette catégorie et ensuite les autres pays en développement. C'est d'abord la priorité à l'appui au PMA. Ça veut dire que c'est la priorité des activités de l'Institut va porter sur le continent africain qui continue d'être le maillon le plus faible du dispositif international actuel de développement. Et en ce qui concerne les réalités africaines, c'est la culture africaine, c'est l'histoire africaine, c'est le tourisme africain, c'est les universités africaines qui seront reliées entre eux dans leurs recherches, dans l'échange de bonnes pratiques pour permettre à l'Institut d'évoluer. Autre chose, l'Institut sera en relation directe avec toutes les institutions de recherche à travers le monde, notamment l'Institut de recherche des Nations Unies à Tokyo, l'UNITAR à New York, ou les instituts de recherche sur la paix et le développement. Toutes ces institutions seront des partenaires de l'Institut de coopération sud-sud et triangulaire. En ce qui concerne, l'ambassadeur Dabo a déjà répondu à cette question. Je vais simplement dire que dans le contexte actuel, nous ne manquerons pas d'impliquer le groupe africain à New York pour participer, pour mobiliser les pays africains. On ne peut pas faire le travail pour eux, travailler pour eux et les occulter dans le processus. Ils seront impliqués du début jusqu'à la fin de la chaîne du processus d'opérationnalisation et de mise en œuvre des travaux de l'Institut. Voilà. Il reste une dimension qui a été soulignée, c'est la question de communication. Il est prévu, dans le cadre de l'opérationnalisation de l'Institut et de la vulgarisation de ses activités, l'intervention d'un expert international en communication et marketing pour pour mobiliser l'ensemble des partenaires étatiques et non étatiques à soutenir le projet de création de l'Institut. Je vous remercie.
I'll speak in French, with your permission. Tout à l'heure, dans mon intervention, j'ai dit que le mécanisme africain d'évaluation par les pairs était prêt à mettre à la disposition de l'Institut sa méthodologie, ses instruments et à la disposition de cet institut pour la recherche. Bon, je n'ai pas eu le temps de rentrer dans les détails sur la méthodologie du MAEP, mais c'est une méthodologie qui est très inclusive, qui prend en compte l'ensemble des parties prenantes. Et donc, comme vous le savez, nous travaillons avec les instituts nationaux de recherche, très compétents dans leurs différents domaines. Et ces instituts-là travaillent en impliquant la population au niveau de la base. Donc, toutes les parties prenantes sont prises en compte jusqu'au dans les petits villages et hameaux. Et donc, à la suite de ces recherches-là, faites par les instituts de recherche, en coordination avec le Conseil national de gouvernance dans le pays, le rapport est transmis au secrétariat continental et le secrétariat continental recrute des experts internationaux qui vont dans le pays, qui font le même travail de vérification pour vraiment s'assurer que toutes les préoccupations des parties prenantes, des pauvres, des handicapés, de tout le monde est vraiment prise en compte. Donc cette recherche-là vraiment prend en compte vraiment les besoins de la population. Et nous sommes prêts à mettre cela à disposition de l'Institut pour commencer l'opérationnalisation des travaux de l'Institut. Donc sur cette base-là, des recommandations sont émises et sur la base de ces recommandations, des programmes de formation peuvent être élaborés à l'endroit des populations. Merci beaucoup.
Thank you. My first job is to thank all the distinguished panel member for the time and effort sharing some reflection on the proposed International Research Institute. I want you to all join to appreciate for the panel member. Thank you for their contributions. Then in terms of takeaway message, I wanted to have only 3 messages. The first message is that very clear. There is a need for data collections, undertaking in-depth analysis of South-South triangular cooperation for assessing the effectiveness. And so there is also need for capacity development, also strengthening the national ecosystem. So therefore, we can have, I mean, the African country can have a really international, regionally focused research institutions, a capacity building institution. So their needs are very clear. In terms of this institute, it is a work in progress. As they highlighted, it is still is a kind of, they are trying to shape the kind of vision, the mandate, the scope of the institute. So I request the African countries to work with the government of Guinea to help them to put together a robust, Africa-focused, international, really a comprehensive research institute, which would actually take, not only collect the data, undertake analysis, also provide, I mean, advisory, a kind of program, a policy advisory support, also a bit of training, capacity development. With that, actually takeaway message, I want to thank you also, the participant. Thank you for this, also the opportunity for the organizer. Thank you.
Another round of applause to His Excellency Dr. Thaval Paraviel. Thank you so much. And the panelists, we add them another one as they go. Congratulations and thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, first of all, allow me to welcome the members that were not here when we were starting. Thank you so much for passing the strict time management so that within 1 hour we are able to have session 2, have the following remarks, have the tea break, and then get set for His Excellency the President. May I now therefore invite the one and only girl child of the day. You see the women, the ladies. Everybody is looking to see who is coming. Mildred, please, just come majestically. African woman ready to take us into. The ladies, you are not clapping. Hello? Everybody, can we go? Mildred, you are most welcome. Our boss, actually I must exit. My boss, thank you for giving me part of your powers. The African child, girl, you are welcome to the floor, please.
Thank you very much, Mr. Katumba. That's very honoring to be introduced in that particular way. A very good morning to you, ladies and gentlemen. That was very low. Looks like we need some caffeine, we need some coffee. Yes, there is definitely working coffee, so anytime you feel like grabbing a cup of coffee, please just walk down right behind that exhibition tent. We will be able to have coffee. We're not going to be able to break up because, like Mr. Katumba said, we have just an hour before His Excellency arrives, and we do not want to break in between. We want to be ready when he comes, and we just have one panel left. So during the panel discussion, if you feel like grabbing some coffee or grabbing some tea and having some sugars, you know, just feel free to get there. But let me request, let's just stand up for a minute. Let's all stand up for just a minute. We've been seated for 2 hours. It's not as important in terms of your health. It is not, I don't know if the DJ is ready to give us just 1 minute of stretching out. The DJ can give me just one interesting hit that can get us pumped up, because I want us to stretch. Let's stretch to the right as we've always done. Let's all go to the right. Remember, my right is your left because I'm facing you. Let's stretch to the right. And the left. You can stay there if you want to. We're waiting for the DJ. Let's go to the back a little bit. Okay, and to the front. When I tell the ladies to touch their toes, they say we are in high heels. Okay, we need to stretch your neck out a little bit. Okay, we can get seated again. We have just one more panel, like I said, and after that panel, we'll be very ready to receive His Excellency, the President of the Republic of Uganda, who is anxiously waiting to be able to join us right here. So as we do, like I said, we can have our tea break. Just feel free to walk out, grab a cup of coffee, and get back. But I love the previous discussion, which was talking about, you know, a research institute, and a very great thanks to ISDB, together with the United Nations Development Program, for ensuring that money was put to that particular aspect there. Research is very important in every aspect of development. And I loved when one of the board members, or one of the committee members of the National Planning Authority, talked about the issue of patents. Patents are very key in protecting ideas that we need to be able to deal with, because then you have ownership. Someone cannot be able to plagiarize or copy-paste your idea. As we get Mr. Lennon Munyai, if you are ready, please, you will be coming through to take on your panel. Mr. Lennon Munyai is the Youth Focal Point person, APRM Continental Secretariat. And let's give him a round of applause as he takes on his panel, which is not going to take us very long, but as Mr. Lennon Munyai takes up, I am going to request Mr. Yusuf Bala Yunusa. Please see Dennis from ISDB. Dennis from ISDB would like to see you, Mr. Yusuf Bala Yunusa. And we will be able to have, Mr. Lennon, we'll have Dr. Eugene Arije replace Dizala. I'll pass this on to you. Ladies and gentlemen, allow me invite the youth focal person, APRM Continental Secretariat. Lennon, this is your second home, so by annex, I am your sister. Please come and take this up.
Thank you so much, overall moderator. This is indeed my second home. My name is Lennon Munyai. I am the youth focal person at the APRM Continental Secretariat. I'm very honored and glad to be back here in Munyonyo. We were here last year for the third APRM Youth Symposium, and by the mere fact that, again, youth and women have been given a platform at this very important engagement, it showcases that indeed the APRM has started and is full-blown mainstreaming youth and women engagement. And I'm also very thankful to the government of Uganda, as well as the strategic partners that assisted in hosting this second high-level forum, for inviting young people to this engagement. To our left, we have an exhibition showcasing women and youth innovators that are really assisting our African economies to recover, especially in the post-COVID-19 pandemic. Allow me, ladies and gentlemen, to stand on the existing protocol. But I also want to thank the partners, the Saudi Fund for Development, the Islamic Development Bank, especially the National Planning Authority, for putting such an important engagement. Without wasting much of your time, since His Excellency will be engaging us shortly, allow me to introduce session 10, probably the most important session of this engagement, looking at the impact of South-South Triangular Cooperation on youth and women empowerment in Africa. As you know, young people are leaders in digital engagement. Allow me to also greet those that are joining us online and remind them to engage this engagement with the hashtag South to South Cooperation, so that those that are not here, especially the young people that are engaged online, can be able to follow the discussions. The panelists for today are as follows, and I'll request the panelists to take the floor as I read out their names. The Honorable Sarah Mateke, the Minister of Youth of State for Youth and Children's Affairs. Excellency, thank you. If you could please take your seat. A round of applause for her as she comes on. Mr. Roy Saseka Tawela, the Chief Executive Officer of the Kenya National Government Affirmative Action Fund. Please take your seat. Ms. Beauty Nate from the Anti-Corruption Coalition of Ghana. Please join us. Ms. Seramit Dawit from Ethiopia, from the Anti-Corruption, she's the lecturer and a PhD candidate from Ethiopia. Please, ma'am. And I'm reliably informed that Mr. Haji has been replaced by Dr. Hijin. Please do join us on the podium. Ladies and gentlemen, if we go back to 1955 in Indonesia, we had the Bandung Conference. I think it's very important for us to go back to 1955, where the concept of South-South cooperation really emanated from. I think it's important, especially today when Africa is faced with so many challenges, including neocolonialism. It's very important, especially for young people, to be able to understand our history. When we were here last year at the APRM Youth Symposium, His Excellency did mention the fact that young people need to prioritize ideology over biology. So this panel discussion will be able to really further enhance the importance of ideology and how South-South cooperation can really assist in further empowering youth as well as women. My apologies, ladies and gentlemen. I'm also going to request my dear brother, the chairperson of the National Youth Council in Uganda, to join the panel. We cannot have this discussion without the voice of young people in Uganda. So, Mr. Jacob, please do join the panel. So to begin this panel, I'm going to request Honorable Sarah Mateke to take the podium and give us her statement.
Your Excellencies, distinguished participants, the session chairperson, and who is the youth focal point person at APRM Continental Secretariat, colleagues on the panel, the youth in the house, members of the Fourth Estate, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. I want to bring warm greetings to this second Africa High-Level Forum of South-to-South Triangular Cooperation. This is the last forum we are discussing or focusing on the impact of South and South Triangular Cooperation of youth and women empowerment in Africa. This session to me would have been, in my view, would have been the first, on the first day, on the forum program, because this is a very critical item and very important, especially when you're looking at the youth and women in transforming the African continent. but the English say, better late than never. It is good they were remembered. Today, we had 4 items that we were supposed to look at or focus on. 1, how the youth and women can act through institutionalized channels to promote cooperation with government and stakeholders. And the second one was the role of national designated funds on mechanisms in facilitating entrepreneurship and innovation. And the third one was the youth as a source of change to promote good governance on the continent. And the last one, what message do we have for the African Union on the role of youth and women in achieving Agenda 2063? My senior colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, I do deeply believe that for Africa to meaningfully transform into the nucleus and powerhouse of global transformation with unquestionable status globally, Africa must place the youth and women on top of the development agenda. I'm going to be brief. How many minutes did you give me? Okay. This is not because of their numerical strength, but equally so because of their versatility, pivotal keenness to global trends, mastery of ICT, and the digitalization agenda, which are the fulcrum, accelerator, amplifier to change with a high potential as we change our continent's productivity and relevance to global dynamics. This does not only make economic and political and strategic sense, but it is also needed as a strategic option. As I go to the issues that were raised, on promotion of cooperation between youth and women, government plus stakeholders, youth and women must understand and share and co-own the vision and mission of government so as to work towards the same direction and aiming at the same goals. They must exhibit their keenness to contribute towards common good and to overcome all inhibitors to meaningful participation in finding solutions to problems and challenges in society. Youth and women must utilize the available channels to promote and benefit from established platforms for dialogue, networking, enhancement of partnerships, and cementing collaboration. Secondly, the role of designated national funds. There cannot be meaningful realization of real emancipation of youth and women without breaking the doldrums and chains of poverty that tend to enslave them and inhibit their full involvement in the political discourse and management of society. At national level, we look at the funds being channeled into entrepreneurship and development and innovation. And I'll give an example of Uganda. In Uganda, we have different interventions on this. In the first place, government has put in place different funds to support the youth, especially those who are not privileged to continue in school. Even those who are in school or have completed school can also benefit. We have around 4 programs. One, we have the Youth Livelihood Program. This is a program where the youth can access funds at the sub-county level. That is one of the administrative units down at the district. And we also, where the youth make groups, after making groups, they can access this funding. We have the Youth Venture Capital Fund. This is where the youth has already empowered himself and can access funds from a bank that has a partnership with government. We also have in place the Uganda Women Entrepreneurship Program. This is where women can also access funds right from the sub-county. And we normally take that the youth normally benefit more because the women the women are part of the youth, and those who are still energetic are between the age of 18 to 30. African Union counts 35. So they get that fund. As we speak now, we have another flagship program of parish development model. This one has moved. This is another program where the youth, the women, the elderly can also benefit. And this one has now moved to the lowest unit, administrative unit in Uganda, which is the parish. They can also access these funds so that we are able to break the chains and the vicious circle of poverty by accessing these funds to help them start up their entrepreneurship program. Those who want to deal in agriculture can also go in that. Secondly, we look at dedicated, designated funds, among others, which helps to facilitate training, skilling, and hence reconstruction of the mindset. Youth are enabled to get an exposition in coming up with business ideas, financial literacy, creative thinking, and others. Once the chains of poverty are broken, then we can seek the political kingdom. Number 3, the youth as a source of change and promotion of good governance. Each time you talk to the youth and you say that change, for them they think changing is changing government, which is wrong. You can still change by placing yourself somewhere. The youth must strive to fight backward forces to ensure that the principles of transparency and good governance are adhered to. Youth must position themselves to participate in leadership at various levels and to be the change they seek to be. I want to give an example of Uganda. Our constitution is very clear, the Uganda Constitution of 1995 and the Local Government Act 1997 strategically provides for the young people's active participation in leadership and management of society. In Uganda, we have structures, both for the women and for the youth, right from the village level. From the village, we have a structure for the youth leaders. You go to the parish, you'll find there the leaders. You go to the sub-county, you'll find their leaders. You come to the district, you'll find there the leaders. Then you move to the national level, you'll still find there the leaders. I believe these are strategies to help the youth participate in their leadership and management of their society, and their ideas and issues are tabled. And I believe if they're well positioned, they can air out their issues easily and can be heard. In order for the youth to play the role of being change agents so well, they must seek to intellectually empower themselves with the knowledge and information about the social, economic, and political status of the continent. Youth must equally strive to build networks and collaborate with like-minded development parties who seek to contribute towards making Africa a center of transformation and change. Lastly, what is our message to African Union? African Union on promoting the role of youth and women on achieving Agenda 2063. 1, we must build and strengthen platforms and spaces for the active participation of youth in the realization of the aspirations of the Agenda 2063. Equally important, we must help member states to disseminate and domesticate Agenda 2063. 2, invest in meaningful inclusion of youth and women in all high-level engagement. For example, the APRM Heads of State Forum, including the one for this year, 2023, the High-Level Committee on South-South Cooperation, Africa Union Heads of State Summit, among others. Let us give space for them to be heard and taken seriously. Their voices matter. 3, African Union must work towards establishing a regular platform between the African Union heads of state and the youth and women leaders in politics, in business, in sports, in games, and others. And of course, to routinely provide a chance for interaction on issues of continental importance and provide coaching and mentoring opportunities for the young people. Then number 4, finally, in order to fully register inclusive development, achieving Agenda 2063, and leaving nobody behind, the African Union must catalyze African member states' investments in 1, digital migration and heavy investments in ICT, 2, human capital development, starting with the early childhood development to ensure competitiveness at national, regional, and global level. 3, increasing household incomes and improving the quality of lives of people. I had one of my sisters talking, whatever we are doing, let's look at the rural person. In order for Africa to fully realize their aspirations, we must invest heavily in liberating the African people from poverty and disease so as to promote their well-being. Research and innovation to find African solutions to African problems by African people. We also have to look at the food security, with about 60% of all arable land in the world domiciled in Africa. Africa must strive to develop capacity to feed itself. A healthy mind resides in a healthy body. Food insecurity is the worst and the worst of the worst forms of insecurity. And lastly, environmental protection, which is very key. We must ensure the protection of the environment and mitigate the damage, and equally work towards environmental protection so as to ensure sustainable development. Distinguished participants, I surely think, and rightly so, that we can together make a difference through a concerted effort. Let us be the change we seek to see. Youth and women's active participation, involvement is everything we do, or in everything we do, is not an option, but the most important, strategic, desirable thing that we can do. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Excellency, for that statement. I'm particularly moved by the point of platforms in which young people can engage multilateral organizations such as the African Union, as well as the APRM. I think they are currently there, such as this one, the APRM Youth Symposium that we had, and various others, but we do lack, I will speak on behalf of youth, that they do lack funding. Young people really want to engage and get involved. Unfortunately, there isn't enough funding for such engagements, as well as funding for businesses, entrepreneurs. So we hope as we deepen South-South and Triangular cooperation, funding for young people as well as for women can be increased. Now, while speaking of funding, my dear brother Roy Sasaka, who is the previous chairperson of the National Youth Council of Kenya, has recently been promoted to be the Chief Executive Officer of the National Government Affirmative Action Fund. A round of applause for him. For a very long time, when engaging my dear brother, he is always lamenting about funding for young people. Now he's at the helm of a national youth fund that is assisting young people in Kenya to work with entrepreneurship as well as fund their businesses for development. So I'm going to request my dear brother to join me at the podium and give an overview of how really in Kenya, since he became the Chief Executive Officer, he's been able to put what he used to preach into practice. Thank you, my brother.
Thank you so much, my brother Lennon. I have to confess that when I met Lennon at breakfast and I looked at what he was wearing, you know, we've been inspired to dress African. So I was inspired today to get my best Ghanaian fabric that I got from Ghana a few months ago. I meet my brother Lennon, he's almost having the same, and we are wondering, can we inspire innovation in our young people as well? Okay, quickly, just in the interest of time, Lennon has said that I'm the CEO of the National Government Affirmative Action, but before that, and I think that is where my energy will be, I was the president of the National Youth Council of Kenya. Now, as the leader of the young, energetic, most productive segment of Kenya, our language as comrades has always been the same, that can we open spaces for the young people? Can we have young people access leadership? Can we have young people in these spaces of leadership where decisions are being made? And I want to appreciate the journey we've walked with APRM, and I think this is very personal to me. The journey as young leaders of Africa we've walked with APRM, just providing a safe space for us. And I think that is what I'm going to focus on as we talk about South-South Triangular Cooperation. A safe space for us as young leaders to interact with each other. I've been to Uganda many times, and I think it's courtesy of APRM, just to see what are some of the best practices we can learn from each other. What are some of the challenges we are facing from our different backgrounds and countries? And how do we then together co-create solutions? And that is why I'm saying that these spaces, and we want to continue challenging you, and I'm happy, Honorable Minister, you're talking about this session being the first one. I think I'm happy being the last one, because sometimes when it's last, there's some emphasis in it. And my emphasis, again, is just to reiterate that, yes, as we talk about corporations, young leaders, and I appreciate, Honorable Minister, what you've said, young leaders in Africa need mentorship. I'm a product of mentorship. I'm happy in one of the APRM sessions, Professor Maloka said that you need to be the president of Kenya, and I told him, one day your dream will come true. And I think that is why I'm the CEO now, and I believe I'm headed there, Professor. And that says, as young leaders of Africa, we need mentorship, and I think that is very critical. We need safe spaces for us to reevaluate what we are doing. And I think peer review mechanism as advanced by APRM has provided us that opportunity. When it comes to funding, I want to commit that young people are the most innovative. Besides a small hiccup where we have the same fabric and the same design as my brother here, I think young people are the most innovative, that the resource we have in this continent. And that resource, I feel, as the CEO of the Affirmative Fund of Kenya, has not yet fully and maximally tapped and leveraged on. And I think as we talk about these corporations, what is the space of young leaders? What is the space of youth? What is the space of women? And how do we ensure that this is actually reflected in our aspirations as we co-create the Africa we want? It is important to note that this cooperation, I believe, is actually at the center of Africa's development agenda, and I know it has been articulated well in the Agenda 2063 of the AU, and I know that the attainment of this aspiration, especially 1 and 6 of this agenda, seek to create a prosperous Africa based on inclusive growth and sustainable development, whose development is people-driven, relying on the potential of African people, especially in the women and youth. And I think that is, I've emphasized it more enough. I would just want to say, however, that as we look at this SSTR cooperation, the promise are, if these promises are to be a reality, and I think that is why I'm here just to remind you, that then the African youth, they need to be at the center of this implementation. We need to be at the center of these negotiations. We need to be the center of co-creating these corporations. And I want to appreciate the efforts that have been made so far. And these efforts in the long run, of course, will address some of the challenges we've been discussing here. How do we address the poverty gap? How do we address the issues of marginalization? How do we ensure that we have quotas and leadership at all levels? And just as we talk about this, I just want to say, looking at some of the experiences we've learned from Kenya, we've learned that what young people, what women and young people and youth miss is actually an opportunity. They have everything that is required. And when you look at our president, I think our president who was just elected recently and gave me this role in trusting the largest fund of Kenya into a young person. And you know that has always been a challenge across Africa. How do we entrust young people with leadership? The focus is how do we leverage, how do we bring the most marginalized groups and give them an opportunity to actually participate in sustainable development. And what that has done, and just to share, is that we've seen those informal groups those ones that had a challenge in accessing funding actually start businesses and grow these enterprises. So I just want to say, in the interest of time, that young people, we have entrepreneurial skills. We need you as our stakeholders to build these skills. And that informs that we need to invest more in terms of entrepreneurial skills and building our capacities, because we believe we're the solutions of actually the sustainable development that we are looking at. And then finally, how do we de-risk these funds? And I think one of the success stories is Kenya. Recently, we launched another fund that has de-risked and has come up with a very innovative way, and Ambassador Sankori can share that we are looking at a fund. We know when you look at the businesses young people are mostly, majority of them are the small enterprises that require like $10 or $20 in a day to transact in business. And we used that anchoring to actually come up with a very innovative fund called Hustlers Fund, where a young person, you want to go and get your products for market in the morning, you just go into your mobile phone, put in your application, and then in the next 30 minutes or so, you have your money, you can go buy whatever goods you're doing, and you can go sell them. What this has done is a game changer, revolutionizing our affirmative funds, and a challenge to us as stakeholders that these are some of the best practices we need to take to move African forward. Thank you so much.
Very eloquent and straight to the point. Thank you so much, my dear brother Roy. Your key message here that I get: trust young people with power and give them opportunities. And I hope when you continue taking your role, you live up to what you've been advocating for. Ladies and gentlemen, the APRM has indeed been living up to the idea of youth mainstreaming, and I'm very glad that you're professing some of the successes that we've heard, but I don't think they are enough. There's more that can be done, and I'm very glad that Honorable Lydia Wanyoto, the APR panel of eminent persons from here in Uganda, is actually here to listen to young people's voices, as well as women. A round of applause for her, please. With that said, women in Africa and youth have largely been marginalized for a very long time, and the clarion call for women to be placed at the center of development, especially in South-South Triangular cooperation, is very much important, especially post the COVID-19 pandemic. As we deal with this COVID-19 pandemic, the plight of women really needs to be taken seriously. So with that said, I would request my dear sister, Ms. Dawit from Ethiopia, to take the floor and give us experiences from Ethiopia. She's also a PhD candidate, and I'm sure she can give insights to how academia can assist in this South-South cooperation. Thank you so much. Please take the floor.
Okay, thank you very much. Please allow me to align and stand with the existing protocol. First of all, I would like to thank and give my gratitude to the APRM for giving me this opportunity and the chance to be available to this important forum. As we all know, the government of Ethiopia is focusing on the engagement of youth and women in the emerging projects in the country. And also in the continent, about 65% of the population are youth, which is a huge number. Thus, the youth and women plays a vital role towards the sustainable development, as well as in the country, the government institutions are focusing on the youth and the gender equality. Most importantly, in working on the coordination mechanisms that are aimed mainly towards to identifying the actors that can impact the cooperation. The South-South Triangular cooperation in the continent has been playing a great role on youth and women empowerment. And also the government institutions are also promoting the youth and the gender equality. Thus, the government of Ethiopia has been allocating funds as well as assisting youth and women towards allocating funds as well as giving a facilitation of towards to lowering taxes as well as extending a specific businesses that can impact on the youth towards to the economic development in the country. As a country, the Ethiopian government has been also committed to the African Union as well as the South-South Triangular Cooperation, mainly on providing platforms such as for youth and women engagement amongst the African continent. Additionally, the involvement of youth and women is very crucial in promoting the sustainable development, which can also act and influence the governing system at large. As myself, I have been involved in different initiations in the university as well as in the research center towards to promoting the youth and women empowerment in different projects which has had an added value to the development effort in the country. As a challenge we are still facing in the country, we are lacking a continuous support to the youth and women empowerment as well as the institutions that support the youth and women involvement are still lacking support as well as still limited the involvement of women and youth in the different sectors. We cannot say it's enough, still limited. Moreover, the African Union and South-South Triangular Cooperation has been promoting the youth and gender equality throughout the 2063 agenda. And it has a great role and impact in sustainable development in the Africa continent. Having said that, I would like to conclude due to the time limitation. To achieve the sustainable development goal, still Africa will need creating a better platform that involve as well as engage youth and women throughout the 2063 agenda at large. Once again, I would like to thank the APRM for the chance given to me. Thanks so much.
Thank you so much, my dear sister, Miss DeWitt, and I hope soon to be doctor. Wish you very well with your studies. You do see that she explains that partnerships, especially for women in development, is very important. My favorite goal is SDG 17, which looks at SDGs, partnerships for SDGs. And I think it's also reflected in Agenda 2063, Aspiration 6, that looks at youth and women. Indeed, the SDGs, the anthem that they propel is that hashtag leave no one behind. With that said, I do hope the leadership of partner organizations and institutions represented here are able to hear the voices of young people and women who are calling for greater involvement, who are calling for more funding. With that said, allow me to request Ms. Beauty Natir from the Anti-Corruption Coalition to take the floor and give us really lessons from Ghana, as well as how youth and young women in particular are assisting in the anti-corruption effort.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Good morning, everyone. Your Excellencies, I would like to stand on the existing protocols. My name is Beauty Mefanate. I work with Ghana Anti-Corruption Coalition. The Ghana Anti-Corruption Coalition is a uniquely composed cross-sectoral grouping of public sector, private sector, and civil society. People always ask, how can you bring public sector and say you are a CSO? Well, that's how unique we are. And it's also because the fight against corruption needs a unique approach to be able to fight this canker. Thank you. And I focus my presentation on how we mobilize the youth in terms of promoting the issues of good governance. In terms of what we do, we believe that the youth are important and they are a critical mass that we need to mobilize. The point has already been made by the previous speakers, so I wouldn't go into that. But what I would like to point attention to are the principles that we are developing in the youth as we prepare them for the future. When you look at the governance principles, we look at the principles of integrity, the principles of participation, the principles of accountability, inclusiveness, among others. When you look at the youth today, can we boldly say that the youth are living up to expectation? Transparency International suggested, as part of the data they churn out, that 27% of our youth are already paying bribes. That, ladies and gentlemen, and Your Excellency, is a worrying fact. How can we use this critical mass to promote the agenda of good governance if the youth are already polluted? And that's why we need to look at interventions that deliberately and intentionally build capacities of the youth and inculcate values that are important to the rebuilding of this continent. Otherwise, I'm afraid to say, we have lost it even before we started. Looking at one principle of integrity and accountability, we have recognized, and I just did a simple Google search to see in terms of youth leadership and accountability. Just a simple Google search, and you can see a number of youth leaders embezzling funds. And these youth leaders are the same people who are going to be the future leaders. So even if in their educational institutions, they are already embezzling funds, what future and hope do we have? With all the beautiful discussions we've had these 3 days about how we can rebuild this continent, without the value of integrity and accountability, I am afraid it will not work. So as Ghana Anti-Corruption Coalition, we have intentionally and deliberately tried to engage the youth to be able to use the principle of integrity in what they do. We at the local level have innovated what we call the local accountability networks. And this is a network that brings together social groups, especially women groups, we add youth groups, and we mentor them able to serve as a bridge to engage at the district level, because we realize that if you give them the opportunity and the space, as the previous speakers, and empower them, they are able to engage and they are able to demand accountability. In addition to that, we are also working with the University of Ghana. We signed a MOU with them to see how we have models of accountability as part of the educational system. So we are developing a model where every student that comes into the school will sign on and then go through that model of accountability and integrity. It is in the model, we are looking at 5 models. We are done with 3. And we are going to use ICT to be able to deploy that. Ladies and gentlemen, in the interest of time, I want to encourage all of us that building the capacity of the youth in terms of their value is important. We cannot push it to the background. It is important that we inculcate in the youth the respect for values. We inculcate in the youth the need. We are not only demanding accountability, but we have to give accountability. And this has to be ingrained in our youth. And until we do that, as I said, I am afraid we have lost it before we started. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Ms. Beauty, for that powerful statement, encouraging young people to be very ethical, because young people have, of course, been requesting for platforms, and once given platforms, at times they do abuse them. But we do have exemplary leaders that are here, such as Roy, such as my brother Jacob here, and other youth leaders that do indeed showcase that young people are ready to govern. Young people are ready to take Africa towards Agenda 2063. With that said, allow me to request Dr. Eugene to take the podium and give us insights on the challenge of climate change. Ladies and gentlemen, before Sharm el-Sheikh COP27, the developed world promised the developing world 100 billion annually to deal with the issue of climate change. And Africa, many African countries have indeed become really affected badly by climate change. An issue that we really did not cause. And young people in Sharm el-Sheikh, as well as at the last symposium, really called out for funding for women and youth to deal with the challenge of climate change. And I think exchanges within South-South cooperation can further enhance the issue of dealing with and responding to climate change. Dr. Eugene, please do come take the floor.
Yes, hello everybody. Allow me to consider the protocol. My name is Mahfoud Haji from United Republic of Tanzania, but today here I'm representing Zanzibar as a part of United Republic of Tanzania. Before going further, I would like to thanks. I'm very privileged to be a part of this forum, and actually on behalf of the people of United Republic of Tanzania, let me greeting you kwa jina la Jamhuri la Muungano wa Tanzania, and we say that kazi iendelee. That is, the work should be always continue. I'm actually also an executive director of a non-government organization called ZACA. ZACA is a non-government organization actually directly engaged in a climate issue related and environmental issue related, empowering the women, youth, and other marginalized group to ensure that they copy and they adapt, the potential adapt the impacts of climate change. As we know, the African countries, African state, in particular those countries are found in islands, are most vulnerable countries to the impacts of climate change. So ZACA play a role to ensure that they are extensively capacitating the youth and the women to ensure that they are able to fight against the impacts of climate change. But also, I would like also to declare the interest that I am presenting the Zanzibar Youth Forum, because also I'm a coordinator of a Zanzibar Youth Forum, the forum which actually coordinate all non-government organizations considering their works, because as we understand that the non-government organization working in different and various goals, and they are integrating in implementation the SDGs and the other agendas. So I'm also presenting that a forum as a forum of NGOs. Based on the experience that we have in Zanzibar, in particular in Tanzania, we see that youth and women are the important figure, important key to be included in any agenda. And if we put the youth at the frontier in any kind of action, they will bring the positive change which we want, and which actually, for the most of the time, was not be able to be provided to our countries. So, based on our experience in Zanzibar, there, our government, we think our government of United Republic of Tanzania and Zanzibar has made a lot of effort. And among of those efforts has actually established a special ministry of youth and women to deal with those issues concerning the youth and the women. Because, you know, if we don't have a special figure for the youth to speak out, to pitch their voice, to raise their voice, it will be nothing. So the first thing that the government of Tanzania that has been employed is to establish a special ministry. Within that special ministry, there is a special department of youth and women, whereby the youth and the women got a great kind of a platform to address their issues and their challenges. But also, there is a number of policy review regarding the youth and the women, because, you know, even if we give a youth and a woman a platform like this one to talk, if we don't have a potential kind of policies which will drive them to enhance the changes, there is nothing. So the government of Zanzibar, in collaboration of the government of Tanzania, they have facilitating the reviewing of a number of youth policies. But also there is an establishment of a youth innovation center, especially for the youth who have actually different talents, who have actually different ideas, go there to share their ideas and their innovations. But also, the government of Tanzania and Zanzibar, they have established a special NGOs development fund, which actually will help not only the youth and the women, but in general, the NGO sector to have a place where they can go to ask and apply for the fund, so as to implement their ideas. So that's in generally the effort done by the United Republic of Tanzania, especially in particular in Zanzibar there. So on the side of NGOs and the youth-led organization themselves, they also do a lot of things. One, they do extensive kind of advocacy. That's why many legal frameworks and the policies have been reviewed. But also more of the youth-led organization and a non-government organization has invested in a research. As you know, if you don't have research, my dear, you don't have the right to say. So we as a coordinator, we as a Zanzibar NGOs Forum, we actually help the NGOs to facilitate the researches and to facilitate the assessment in different areas, so as to determine and to understand whether exactly the problems are existing in a community. Yeah, moreover, based on my organization, we have implemented a number of projects. One, it was the project to decentralize the finance to the local community. Because you know what, we have experienced and discovered that now here we have a place to talk. Huh? We all here get a time to speak, to pitch our voice. But the community there, in the community there, indigenous people, a local community, they don't have a place to talk. And even they don't have a capacity maybe to access those funds what we actually understand here. For example, global funds. There are a number of global funds here. But if you talk about the local community, they don't have that capacity to ensure that they access those funds. So for our side, we develop a model, a modality, which enable our national financial institution first to have a capacity of accessing those global funds. For example, in a climate change arena, there is a GCA adaptation fund and other more funds. But the local community cannot access that one. So we, as a ZACA, we have capacitated the institutional financial institution, national financial institution, to have that kind of capacity to access those funds, then to localize to the intended, required, marginalized group in the ground over there. Actually, I have many things to share, and I would like to welcome you all, if you get a time, to pass through the exhibition places there. There is more information that we actually need to share from you. Ending up with this, I have one more advice, a great advice. We as an African, we thank God today here we got the platform, huh? But I want to send my a great message that we as an African, we have to ensure that we think locally. We have to think international, sorry. We have to think internationally, but we have to act locally. We have to make a transformation of those ideas internationally to our local context. Because there is a number of international initiations that have been initiated in every corner of the world. But we are not localizing those international ideas to our local community. So I'm very grateful to be a part of this forum, and I think the South-South is the one among the solution toward the African integrating of all kind of all agendas, including sustainable development agenda. The last one, allow me to say we need capacity building, as the previous speaker here mentioned, but we need, in that capacity building, we need a transfer, technological transfer, which is just, which will go direct to our local context. But also, you know, they say that here about 75 and something of our youth now has already been corrupted. If we don't take action today, we will lose all of that. And you know what is supposed to be done here? To change their mind. The most youth now, their mind actually is supposed to be capacitated accordingly in order to have a good kind of leader of the future. Thank you for listening.
Thank you, my dear brother, for sharing lessons from Zanzibar. Indeed, the youth of Zanzibar have something to share with fellow African youth and the world at large. The future of the continent, of the African continent, is only safe in the hands of young people and women. So they need to be indeed empowered so that we do not continue suffering from the effects of climate change. Last but not least, and I do apologize for breaking protocol, we could not have this panel discussion without the voice of young Ugandans themselves. So represented by the chairperson of the National Youth Council, Mr. Jacob Ereru. He's going to give us lessons from here in Uganda and share how Uganda has been a best practice as far as youth development is concerned. We were here a few months ago for 5 days discussing issues important to young people, including some of the issues that are here. And I am reliably informed that our outcomes will indeed be tabled at the APRM Heads of States Forum. So a round of applause to us for achieving that. So, Mr. Jacob, please do take the floor.
Thank you, Comrade Lennon, and welcome to Uganda again. It's always good to hear that South African accent on our microphones. Very welcome. Please allow me stand on the already established protocol. My name is Jacob Eyeru. I serve the young people here as the chairperson of the National Youth Council, but I'm also serving the young people of 12 countries as the president of the ICGLR Regional Youth Forum for 2 years. Today, in our midst, I also have people that serve with me. We have Miss Brenda Chichoncho. She's the Secretary for Female Youth Affairs at the National Youth Council. You could just wave. We have Mr. Gadi Epitu. He's the Secretary for Publicity. And I'm very happy that we've been included here. I'm going to speak very briefly, and I hope that I can keep up with the time. Let's start with President Museveni. There's an interview about 7 years ago where the BBC tried to compare the impact of work done in the republics of Rwanda, of Ghana, of Kenya, and bring them together to ask the question to President Museveni and say, what are you doing? Rwanda is performing like this, Ghana is performing like this, and Kenya is performing like this. Uganda is still tailing. And he asked, how developed are those countries? They said, are they ranked as middle class? Are they ranked as developed countries? And the answer was no. And he said, I will not engage in a competition of finding out the tallest dwarf. That statement spoke a lot of things. He has also been a champion. I think he has been blamed for many things, but one of the things that he has been blamed for, and rightfully so, is championing Pan-Africanism. Whenever he's asked about tribes, he says that is a very small matter because of the sub-ethnic nature of African societies. In Uganda, we have the Acholi. One of the ministers of state in Uganda is called Honorable Beatrice Anywa. But the Anywa are a tribe as well in Ethiopia. When I was in Ethiopia, I found they speak actual Acholi. I come from Teso here in Uganda. And when I traveled to my brother Roy's Kenya, I found there is a place called Teso North and Teso South. They are represented in parliament. When we tested our tongues, they were the same. So President Museveni had wisdom in actually saying there is no point of African people competing with each other. I think in that instance, because of those two facts, it is therefore true that in Africa, our cooperation is the beginning of our wisdom, because we are one and the same. I want to speak about what we are talking about in this conference and in this particular session, the youth. Africa is now the world's youngest continent. Uganda is now the world's youngest country. Sometimes it's interchangeable. Sometimes Niger wins, some other years we win. But whichever the case, we still remain in Africa. If African young people were to vote on the basis of age, there would be no president in Africa above the age of 30. I'll say that again. If African young people were to vote on the basis of age, there would be no president in Africa above the age of 30. And yet, if African young people were to vote democratically on the basis of age, we would say democracy has worked. The majority have had their way, and they have had their say. If we do not involve young leaders in Africa at high-level forums, you are likely to have, if we have that democracy practiced, young people voted into the highest offices in Africa when they are not equipped to manage those offices. And you end up with democracy, but that does not work. So the task in Africa, and now the timely task, is to always have young people, young leaders, included at the highest level of conversation for their learning, such that should that doomsday come, Africa is not in trouble by whom they have chosen. I think that would be still democracy. So I want to thank the APRM leadership under Professor Maloka and all the people that make it possible to train us in these things. So I think that progressively, when we are involved at this level, I can listen to Honorable Lugolobi here, listen to Madame Elsie here, and be able to understand how the world operates. And should I be voted president one day under 30, I will be able to match up, okay? But in the event that I am not found unworthy, because you have the biggest bulk of your productive population as young people. So their equipping level, their capacity to engage, to collaborate, will define the extent to which Africa can actually develop. And I think I want to thank Madame Elsie here. She has understood that. UNDP has been one of the biggest supporters of platforms that young people come together to collaborate, like Youth Connect, and I really want to thank her. I want to make the point on Vision 2063, and my comrade Roy has already stated on it. The aspects of Vision 2063, especially on being people-led and people-centered, really speak to engaging young people. If young people can be engaged in a manner where we also understand the direction of growth, the direction of intent of the African leadership, then we can have a continuity of African interests, but also of African development agenda. Now, what I want to speak to today, like my brother has asked, is where does the current youth leadership in Africa come in? As long as development is discussed in the boardrooms of only the big, and it is not discussed at a peer level for young people, we are not able to cascade the interests that we are trying to push forward on the continent. So young people must be able to emulate and match, not just emulate, but emulate and match what is being done at high level, at our level, at National Youth Council level. We must collaborate. And we have made this very intentional here in Uganda. We have reached out to regional youth councils. We have reached out to continental youth councils through the Pan-African Youth Union. We have reached out to international spheres and with countries that we share much with. The non-aligned movement member states, for example, 54 African countries, it's like the AU is a member of the non-aligned movement altogether. But that is a space where we can collaborate as young people coming into the bulk of 120 countries and learn from each other. So the idea that we are on board is extremely important. I want to talk about 2 points that I think are critical to where South-South cooperation is important. One is the education of Africa's young people. The Kennedy School in Harvard last year released a report signifying that sub-Saharan Africa has actually had a decline in education quality. So we have more schools, we have more money in schools, but we have lesser education. The idea that is wrong there is not that there are more schools or that we're investing more money. That's the necessity. But we might be doing education the wrong way. We cannot tell until you present graduates from Africa with graduates from other places in the world. But collaboration of South-South cooperation is able to change that. I have a brother here called Michael Ntambi Blair. He's in here. He's finishing his LLM from the University of Cape Town. Michael paid his own university undergraduate tuition here with a few helps here and there for those that could afford. His father had so many children that he left them to fend for themselves as long as you've approached the age of 15. So at 15, Michael had to pay rent and be able to pay his own tuition at high school and then at university. But after his undergraduate, because of the work we did together and what we did with Kenyans and Tanzanians, Michael was able to qualify on the Mandela Road Scholarship for an LLM at the University of Cape Town, the highest ranked university in Africa. Now, if you look at the rate of entry into higher education in Uganda alone, it's 6% from enrollment at primary school. If cooperation of African states cannot answer the question of access to higher education, we cannot compete sustainably with the world. We will be in a perpetual cycle of underdevelopment. Finally, on the issue of global concerns, I want to put it to you at this high-level forum. Africa loses over $1 billion US in corruption every year. And I want to just but I want to match it at 1 billion. If African governments were to agree on a financing fund for youth starting businesses of $1 billion US, it would simply be that we have agreed to lose as much in corruption as we are losing in trying to do business for young people and create jobs. If we did that, I know they say young people's businesses don't last. But again, the London School of Economics found that 90% of young people's businesses world over, not just Africa, don't last more than a year. So we are in a global continuation of challenges. So we must make bold statements to support the ideas of Africa being sustainably competitive. That is something that I think would come on board for. And that is what our work with Comrade Roy from Kenya, with brothers from Zambia, South Africa are trying to do. And we're trying to make sure, those are the conversations we have in Namibia at this, the 4th APRM Youth Symposium this year, where we will all be. The final point I will make is on the global consensus. If you ask a young person in Africa, what are you doing about climate action? The first instance of talk is we are planting trees. But when you go to COP, planting trees is the least among climate-financed ideas. So if the globe is caucusing and focusing money on certain ideas, Africa's young people must match those ideas and attract financing. I know there are arguments against foreign aid that Africa must develop without it. Please allow me 1 minute. Foreign aid, my friend told me, as long as the people who are willing to give it keep giving it, and the people who receive it are willing to receive it or in need of it, it cannot be stopped. So those arguments should rest and we focus on what would make foreign aid work for us. And I think platforms like climate financing would go a long way. So one of the things we are trying to work on this year is how do young people from Africa coalesce and go to the global stage as a united voice? If we have strategic engagement for climate financing that builds valley dams, it solves climate migration in our semi-arid areas. If we have conversations that increase access to water at the UN conference in March, if we can afford to go, we are able to contribute to a sustainable community. This is the Africa that will work. The Africa where young people are engaged at the highest level and qualitatively so. I thank you so much.
The vibrance, the exuberance, the passion of young people is showcased by my brother here. Another round of applause, please. I want to confess, since 2017, when the African Union themed the year of harnessing the demographic dividend through investments in youth, the leadership of the APRM through Professor Maloka, as well as a panel of eminent persons, the focal points, and the national governing councils, has made sure that every single engagement, except of course the closed session of heads of states, has youth participating. And I think as young people, especially those that participate in the APRM process, we need now to start discussing how we improve the quality of our engagement. The issue of participating, I think, is behind, because if you look at the number of people that are participating here, more than half are young and women. So a round of applause for the leadership for for walking the walk. With that said, due to the interest of time, I'll take only 4 questions, because we still have other sessions before the closing ceremony. I'm going to, of course, prioritize young people, so I'll take 2 questions from the young people there. There's also Minister Kalon from Sierra Leone, and I don't see any questions from here, so I'll take another young person there. I do urge those that are online. The hashtag is South to South to be able to track the conversation online. Young people do lead in online engagement, and we greet those young people that are joining us from throughout the continent and those from the developing world. Thank you for joining online. I'll start with my brother from the National Youth Council. One of you can take the floor. Can we please have a roving mic that is working, please?
Right, protocol observed. I'm by the name Dr. John Bosco Oriem, proactive team player, youth leader from Uganda. Once again, you're most welcome to Pearl of Africa. My questions, it's the youth in entrepreneurship. We face a lot of numerous challenges of high tax imposed on our business, but yet our business, they're about to proclaim like high returns in the business, leading to early business collapse and failure. Now I want my questions direct to the minister. It's my first time even to surface with the minister because I come from the northern part of the country, and it's very hard for us to, get in position to access to Madam Minister. So my question to you, it's what is the government initiative to tackle in these crises? Yet we talk about youths in business time in and again. Thank you.
I'll take the second question from that corner as well.
Thank you so much. You're most welcome all to Uganda. Daniel Okurut is my name, from the NRM Secretariat. My question goes to the Minister. You gave us good elaborations in your presentation, but my most question that we have always tackled in most of the forums is she talked about youth inclusivity in politics and in leadership. As a government, we are aware of the high level of financial oppression on youth leaders who want to come up in active youth politics. How is the government tackling this vice? Because we are aware that for you to become a youth leader in parliament and in any active forum, you would need about 30 million to come up for the registration. I'm competing with the incumbent who is in parliament. As the government, what are you doing to encourage the youth to have active participation in leadership and in politics? Thank you.
Thank you so much. Please do accept my sincere apologies. I've been informed that we no longer have time, but since we're young people, we are creative. The hashtag, like I said, is South to South. We can continue having this conversation on our online platforms, and I think the minister and fellow panelists are still here. They'll be able to answer the questions. Allow me to collapse this panel session and hand over to the overall moderator so that we can move to the next session. A round of applause to our distinguished panelists, please. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, a bigger round of applause for Lennon Monyai, half South African, half Ugandan. He says Uganda is his second home, and of course in just a few minutes you definitely can be able to see a bit of the security changing. In just a few minutes we'll be receiving His Excellency Yoweri Kaguta Museveni joining us, and when he does join us, of course, we will officially be starting off the closing ceremony. But before he comes, we'll just have two more people speaking to us very clearly and briefly on the discussions that we've had. And without any further ado, ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together as I welcome Ms. Elsie Atafwa, the resident representative of UNDP and one of the development partners that have made this conversation here very, very possible. Welcome.
Thank you very much, Mildred, for your very kind words. His Excellency President Yoweri Kaguta Museveni, I know he's on his way here. Honorable Lugolobi and the senior government officials here, Excellencies, I also wanted to recognize in a special way our resident coordinator, Susan Ngongi, who's here with us, and all protocols observed in the interest of time. Warm greetings and good afternoon to you all. So on behalf of the United Nations Development Program, UNDP, as one of the organizers of the program, and indeed the United Nations family here, led by our resident coordinator, and I also wanted to recognize the representative of UN Women who is here, UNDP colleagues and others from the resident coordinator's office who are here. I'm really humbled to join us all at the closing session of the Africa High-Level Forum on South-to-South and Triangular Cooperation for Sustainable Development, which has run from Tuesday till now. In a special way, I want to thank the government of Uganda and especially His Excellency President Yoweri Museveni for championing the Pan-African agenda, which promotes South-to-South cooperation, and for tirelessly promoting development cooperation and regional integration, especially fair trade, bigger regional markets, in particular the Africa Continental Free Trade Area, and really the much-needed investments that the continent needs to propel her development. Let me again sincerely appreciate his charismatic leadership and for the instrumental role the government of Uganda has played to make this forum a success and for championing the African cause, a cause that is needed now more than ever as the continent takes its rightful place on the global stage, and a cause that must be informed by the lessons and experiences that we can draw from COVID-19, the climate crisis, conflict, war, and so on, and therefore the need for, yet again, the African continent to unite to push its development agenda. In this regard, I also want to extend appreciation to the APRM, the Islamic Development Bank, UDA NEPAD, the UN South-to-South Cooperation Office, Saudi Fund for Development, and UNDP for sponsoring this forum. Indeed, the forum offers an important regional platform for African countries to cooperate in the global south in advancing African aspirations. And I really thank all the distinguished delegates for actively participating in the conversations. Excellency, distinguished delegates, all African countries, regardless of size or level of development, have accumulated capacities and experiences that can be shared to spur Africa's emergence as the world's next growth frontier. The discussions in the last few days have been a testament of this. The forum has served as an advocacy space, and we heard recently, just now from the youth, a continental platform bringing together African leaders from cooperation agencies, institutions of national governments, and partners to really exchange best practices in advancing development. The debate has been rich and interactive, and delegates have shared the ideas. And let me just sum up a few key messages that we take from here as UNDP and by extension, the larger UN family. First, a growing recognition of the importance and complementarity of South-to-South and triangular cooperation to address traditional and new challenges ranging from poverty, hunger, climate disasters, health crisis, debt crisis, and to promote resilience to crisis and shocks. And I think that has come out very clear from our conversation these 3 days. Second, the need for a strong commitment to South-to-South and triangular cooperation for sustainable development at all levels, including using continental platforms such as Africa Free Trade Continent to promote regional value chains, industrialization, and others. The third thing that has emerged in terms of key message is the need for more data and additional studies on different aspects of South-to-South and triangular cooperation, including the need to improve coordination amongst institutions. And finally, the discussion in this forum has been very useful, bringing out significant and emerging issues that we need to further interrogate. Excellencies, almost all participants agree that there's more to be done to fully leverage the potential of South-to-South collaboration and partnership. And I think a few days ago, those who were here, I iterated about 5 I's. I don't want to repeat myself, but I think I just summarized that to say that there's a need for us to identify priorities for cooperation, priorities that can be effective in pushing the development agenda for Africa, the need for more investments, the need to integrate this into national, regional, and global development processes, the need for us to provide incentives that propel cooperation. I want to thank the Youth Council lead for recognizing some of the work that we are doing as part of those incentive mechanisms, and the need for sharing information as well. And to just sum up what our resident coordinator said, there is a need for us to reflect on the how we are going to move this agenda forward. And as I summarize those 5 I's, my deputy Shilangatia mentioned to me, you forgot one of the I's. And one of the I's for Africa as well will be the I on integrity. And I think the lady, our sister from Ghana, talked about that integrity. So when you're going to trade amongst ourselves and you buy something online, would you send the right thing, or would you send something different? And that is part of the integrity we are talking about. We are therefore ending this high-level forum with a lot of inspiration to do more and to capitalize on these opportunities. In today's unsettling times of climatic shocks, epidemics, war, global economic shocks, we must take advantage of such platforms as these to chart new courses for development. And I just want to summarize our UNDP 2022 Human Development Report, which recommends that implementing policies that focus on investment from renewable energy to preparedness for pandemics and social protection, to prepare societies for the ups and downs of an uncertain world, while innovation in its many forms, technological, economic, cultural, can also build capacities to respond to whatever challenges that come next. As I conclude, the United Nations Development Program and the United Nations family, under the leadership of our resident coordinator, Susan Ngongi Namondo, who is before us here, we are deeply grateful for the leadership and support of the government of Uganda in hosting this forum. The strong collaboration between the government of Uganda and other organizers helped us to deliver a very successful conference with concrete outcomes. Again, I thank all the organizers. I thank the UN family, UN Women, UNDP, and our resident coordinator. And indeed, we stand ready as a UN family to continue pushing this agenda. We look forward to working closely with the government of Uganda and other stakeholders to follow up on the outcomes of this meeting. And finally, let me invite all international participants to stay longer in Uganda. Uganda offers some of the world's most uniquely beautiful attractions that you can ever imagine. Explore Uganda, the Pearl of Africa, uniquely ours, uniquely yours. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Elsie Atafwa. Very, very passionate about the development agenda. And I loved when about the 5 I's you talked about integrity. It's very key, especially that we're looking at dealing with the growth in internet use, the growth in technological advancement. Integrity is key. I've seen a lot of memes on what I ordered versus what I got online. I guess you've seen that. It speaks a lot to integrity that we need to pay attention to. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll have just a few more minutes and listen in from just one other person, the APR panel of eminent persons represented by Honorable Lydia Wanyoto, before we can receive His Excellency, who is just a few minutes away from us. Let's welcome Honorable Lydia Wanyoto.
Just got to do my part. If time comes, I stop. Thank you very much, Madam Moderator, for the opportunity. Good afternoon, everybody. Protocol observed. I'm here to represent the African Peer Review Mechanism panel of eminent persons, and my name is Lydia Wanyoto Mutende, a member of the panel of eminent persons. I have a written message from the panel of eminent persons, which I would want to read for the record and in honor of this conference. I'll begin by honoring His Excellency Yoweri Kaguta Museveni, the President of the Republic of Uganda, who will be shortly with us. All ministers and ambassadors present. Recognize all other delegates from the rest of the African continent. The youth, our special category of participants, the youth of Uganda, the youth of Africa, the youth of all the regional blocks of our continent. APRM panel members here present, my colleagues, representatives from the development partners, and the African youth and the African
strong young people here present. Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of the APRM panel of eminent persons, the APRM appreciates His Excellency the President of the Republic of Uganda, Yoweri Kaguta Museveni, for having accepted to host the second Africa High-Level Forum on South to South and a Triangular Cooperation Forum here in Uganda. We are grateful, Your Excellency, and our thanks also go to the Islamic Development Bank, Saudi Fund for Development, the United Nations Development Fund Program, UNDP, a regional center in Addis Ababa, and the UNDP Uganda. Of course, you are here represented, and the AU Commission for supporting us in organizing this important meeting. Your unwavering support has led to the success of this forum. Since inception, the APRM has enjoyed the support of the African Union member states, strategic partners, civil society, African women, leaders, youth, and other stakeholders in promoting good governance on the continent. And it is by no surprise that these stakeholders have come in handy to support this forum. We sincerely appreciate. This meeting has achieved a lot, especially in reaching out to other new partnerships like signing the MOU with the Rwanda Cooperation Initiative, RCI, to galvanize South to South and Triangular Cooperation programs for the achievement of Agenda 2063 that has been ably talked about since the conference started. The efforts made by European Union and other partners such as the OECD for launching the APRM OEDC Public Governance Program to improve policy coherence for sustainable development cannot go unmentioned. Some African countries like Sierra Leone, Uganda, and Ghana have already expressed interest in this initiated program. Your Excellencies and distinguished delegates, the APRM, together with other stakeholders, recognize the importance of African Union Agenda 2063 and the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals, Buenos Aires Plan of Action of 1978, Doha Declaration of 2005, the Nairobi Outcome Document of 2009, and the Outcome Document of the second High-Level UN Conference on South-South Cooperation, BAPA plus 40, which are the benchmarks of South to South and Triangular Cooperation and the Triangular Cooperation. The APRM is therefore ready to build and continue to promote the ideals of these important cornerstones. As we move forward, the APRM is ready to support more horizontal South-South cooperation with tangible results. We, for instance, support partnerships between the People's Republic of China and African countries through the Forum for China-Africa Cooperation, FACOC, the Tokyo International Conference on African Development, the India-Brazil-South Africa Economic Cooperation, IBSA, and the Arab Africa Summit, among others. The APRM further urges the SST-RC to revive the Africa-Latin America relations and urge stakeholders to promote South-to-South and the Triangular Cooperation programs. Your Excellencies and distinguished delegates, as we close this meeting, let's continue this collaboration, enhancing national ecosystem for SSTRC in Islamic Development Bank membership countries and innovating pathways for capitalizing gains of existing SSTRC and to work on mobilizing large-scale South-to-South and Triangular Cooperation initiatives on an immediate basis. Let's continue working with the private sector, civil society, development partners to define a strategy for cooperation among SSTRC states and work towards peace, security among our countries. Let's exchange educational training, research, exchange skills in order to deepen regional integration and cooperation in South-South cooperation. Let's learn to address our challenges of unemployment, discrimination, underdevelopment by using our own means and resources so as to develop together as a southern bloc of our countries. Together we can. Thank you, Excellencies and distinguished delegates. Let me conclude by again joining other voices to request all delegates to welcome you again to Uganda and to request you as much as you can to stay longer to enjoy the tourism beauty of our country, not only food, the people, but also the wildlife of our country. Here in Kiswahili we say, karibu sana. Thank you so much for your kind attention.
A big round of applause once again to the African Peer Review panel of eminent persons represented by Honorable Lydia Wanyoto. And a special round of applause to all of us for taking on all these 3 days. We're soon coming to the close, and definitely these have been very great discussions. I loved especially when the RC mentioned the how, and I believe that in our conversations, in our discussions, there is a lot of how that has been done. Away from notifying and understanding the how, the next one will be the implementation. Yes, it's one thing to have these beautiful discussions and pointers come out, but it's also very important to implement. The implementation is the most important aspect for us to pay attention to. And as you can see, protocol right outside, our receiving guest, our reception panel, if I would refer to it as such, is already lined up, awaiting the President, His Excellency Yoweri Kaguta Museveni, who is just on the way. I will request that our team, as you can see them beautifully dressed from one of the regions of Uganda, will give us just some smooth ballad as we prepare to receive the President in just a bit. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, we all rise because His Excellency is in our midst. His Excellency, the President of the Republic of Uganda, is in our midst. And he will take to the exhibition before he officially joins us. We welcome you, Your Excellency, the President, Yoweri Kaguta Museveni. He's been on a tour in the United Arab Emirates. Pretty well. The president is taking to the exhibitions, and thereafter he will be joining us. We may get seated, and when the president is joining us, we will request to have you stand up once again. So you may get seated, and after the president is done with the exhibitions, we will all rise as he gets to join us officially to start off with our last session, which will be the closing ceremony of this distinguished discussion about the South-South Triangular Cooperation. Thank you. All right, ladies and gentlemen, His Excellency, the President of the Republic of Uganda is in our midst. He is taking on the tour of the exhibitions, and thereafter he will be joining us once again here. And as he does join us, we will definitely all take to our feet, where we'll start off with the national anthem, and thereafter we will definitely be closing off. We'll be opening the closing ceremony of this very important conversation. So we will have the president conclude with a tour, and he will be joining us in just a bit. I request for your patience. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, His Excellency is getting done with the exhibition. He is definitely done, and he will be joining us in just a bit. Let's all rise and welcome His Excellency Yoweri Kaguta Museveni, the President of the Republic of Uganda. We welcome you, Your Excellency. Thank you for making time for us. Welcome, Your Excellency. Thank you for making time for us.
National anthem. anthem. Okay, prayer.
Let us bow our heads for a word of prayer. Heavenly Father, we are grateful for this day. We wish to thank you for your great blessing to this world you gave us. Our continent, Africa, Uganda in particular, where we are, for the south to triangular cooperation. Father, I invoke the spirits of heaven to bless this function. Bless our chief guest, His Excellency Yoweri Kaguta Museveni. You've given him journey mercies to make it here. In the same way, you bless him to get back safely as he came. Heavenly Father, we bless the cabinet ministers. We bless all the international friends who are here today. And Father, we want to thank you very sincerely for the deliberations we've gone through for the 3 days we've been here. Lord God, we commit what we've come to do in this closing ceremony to your loving hand. Give us good health. Give us vision. Give us counsel to always do your will. We may have differences in life, but we pray. We move in the spirit of patriotism, in the spirit of Pan-Africanism, and in the spirit of social transformation. We cannot forget to commit all the agenda we have. We cannot forget to commit all the resolutions that we've made in this conference. Lord, bless everything we've done in the name of the Almighty God. And let everybody say, Amen.
Thank you so much, Mr. Katumba. You may get seated, please. Your Excellency, the President of the Republic of Uganda, Cabinet Ministers from Uganda, and visiting ministers, APRM Continental Office, led by Professor Maroka, the panel of eminent persons of the African Union, the APRM Uganda National Governing Council, Excellencies, the ambassadors and members of all the diplomatic corps, the development partners, the UN Resident Coordinator, Madame Ngonji Namondo Susan, the UNDP Resident Representative, Her Excellency Elsia Tafwa, Country Director, Ms. Anna Risman, Conrad Stefan, Adenoa Uganda, Islamic Development Bank Director, and all our partners here and from the diaspora, permanent secretaries, chief executive officers of various agencies, members of the National Organizing Committee in your various capacities, the management and staff of Speak Resort Munyonyo, who have hosted us for the last 3 days, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. Your Excellency, before I formally welcome you to this gathering, let me invite Madame Mildred just to take us through the closing remarks. Thank you so much, Your Excellency.
Thank you very much, Honorable Amos Lugulobi, the Minister of State for Finance Planning and Economic Development, and also our APRM focal point person. Your Excellency, thank you so much for making of time. As already mentioned, my name is Mildred Tuhais, and I would like to welcome you back from the United Arab Emirates, where you ably represented the country and sold Uganda, indeed, as the Pearl of Africa that it has continuously remained to be, and forever it shall be. Your Excellency, for the last 3 days, as mentioned by Honorable Amos Lugolobi, there have been quite a number of discussions on this Africa High-Level Forum of the South-South and Triangular Cooperation. But key among them, I was pretty interested in the conclusion that was made by the UNDP rep and the United Nations team, concluding it in what one would call the 5 I's of what needs to be done to strengthen the South-South cooperation to accelerate the Sustainable Development Goals to which Uganda is party. One of them being identifying the priorities of cooperation, because there's definitely a lot to cooperate about, but what are our priorities that need to be highlighted? Investment, of course, if this development is to be achieved, there is a lot of support that needs to be given to the South-South Triangular Cooperation, and that is a very key. Integration, it is one thing to speak about them at the international level, but integrating the South-South cooperation agenda into our national and regional development becomes very key for the success of the development process. And the last two being the incentive for cooperation, information sharing, because there is just a lot of information out there and different countries doing it differently in achieving this process, but information sharing becomes very key. And last above all, integrity, which Your Excellency, you have always emphasized that integrity needs to come through. And Your Excellency, without any further ado, allow me to invite Professor Eddie Maloka, who is the Chief Executive Officer of the African Peer Review Mechanism Continental Secretariat, to start us off with some of the key pointers that did come through in this discussion for the last 3 days. Ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome Professor Maloka.
Thank you very much, Madam Moderator, Your Excellency President Museveni, President of the Republic of Uganda, the focal point of APRM in Uganda, Honorable Minister Amos Lugolobi, and ministers who are here. I also wish Your Excellency also to recognize the chairperson of the APRM Committee of Focal Points, Honorable Minister Mohamed Fodé Mkela of Sierra Leone, who's here representing his president and also his deputy minister. I also wish to recognize the 2 panel members who are here of APRM, Ambassador El Hefni and also Honorable Lydia, who spoke just earlier. Ministers who are here, ambassadors, all protocol duly observed, and also that includes recognizing representatives of development partners and our African youth, who just had an excellent session just before your arrival, Your Excellency. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, we come to the end of the second high-level forum of South-South and Triangular Cooperation for Sustainable Development. We have to appreciate the important role played by the government of the Republic of Uganda, led by yourself, Your Excellency, in hosting this important meeting at this beautiful place in Munyonyo, the resort here in Kampala. I also wish Your Excellency to also recognize my friend Ambassador Adonia, because he is your permanent representative in New York, but he's the one who brought this initiative to Africa and to the to the APRM in particular, when he was chairing the committee in the General Assembly preparing for Papa Plus 40. He called me and said, we need a champion and a focal point in Africa to ensure that the African voice comes out very strongly in the outcome document that was adopted in Argentina, and he requested APRM to coordinate. So he's also here. I really wish to thank him, and also wish Uganda well, and I know he's doing his job, but under your leadership, Your Excellency, I know that Uganda will soon be assuming the chair of the NAM and also the G77, and these are important anchors in South-South cooperation, and of course, also key players in the emerging international architecture. Your Excellencies, the APRM also appreciates the role played by our colleagues, the Islamic Development Bank, the Saudi Fund for Development, the UNDP Regional Center in Addis Ababa, and the office here in Uganda, and of course the African Union Commission, for partnering with us in organizing this second high-level event. The role played by the African Union member states, strategic partners, civil society, African women and youth in this event is also something we should recognize and also really thank everybody who has been able to make it here from these stakeholders. They indeed played a crucial role in this meeting. We congratulate ourselves and member states also for signing the MOU with our colleagues there, the Rwanda Cooperation Initiative, to galvanize South-South and triangular cooperation programs for achieving Agenda 2063, the Africa we want, and of course the Agenda 2030 for sustainable development. We also appreciate the efforts made by our colleagues at the European Union and other partners, including the OECD, who launched the APRM OECD Public Governance Program to improve policy coherence for sustainable development. And we are glad to announce that the Sierra Leone, Uganda, and Ghana have announced initial readiness to collaborate with the APRM in this program. Your Excellencies, distinguished delegates, during this 3-day conference, the delegates underscored the importance of the SDGs, and we will soon receive the draft ideas that have been put together by a drafting committee to constitute what could be the communique for this event. And of course, the delegates further recognize that the second edition of the forum is taking place within complex international context, which also will be discussed, presented as part of the outcome document. And the forum also noted the growing interest in South-South technical cooperation programs, and thus urged for more horizontal South-South cooperation with tangible results. We also thank our colleagues who are here from a number of course, agencies. We had TICA here. We had also some reference to the Africa-Arab Summit. We had, of course, the representatives from China who spoke about the work of FOCAC and the partnership of China. And of course, also we had the important participation by representatives of the United States. USAID, we were very key. They cooperate with us, and they supported our the first forum which met in Egypt. So we thank you, all of you, and thank you very much for assisting us. Your Excellencies and distinguished delegates, this meeting, of course, appreciates the best practices in these areas, and especially with regard to capacity development program for enhancing national ecosystems for South-South and technical trilateral cooperation in Islamic development member countries, and urge other development partners to upscale innovative pathways for capitalizing gains, of course, in this domain. Your Excellency, I don't want to take a lot of time, and the outcomes will be shared with yourself, Your Excellency, when the Honorable Minister presents the draft communique which has been put together by our drafting committee. All I need to say is just to reflect on what was said earlier at the beginning of this important meeting. We had a colleague, one Ugandan colleague who's missing today, the pastor. He was singing, he was reciting poetry. We remember him for that. But for me, I think one takeaway for me was, he's a pastor. He said the descriptions of heaven and the Garden of Eden that you find in the biblical text resemble Uganda, you know, the river and all of that. And I'm tempted to go with his thinking, because we still don't know where the Garden of Eden is located. We know there is a river, and also he says it's located here. I was located here around Munyonyo. So he says that, so Uganda is the place, the weather, the river is the Garden of Eden. But he then said that the only thing that Uganda was not given is eternal life. And I want to challenge him by saying, Your Excellencies, that what we gave birth to today are ideas that will exist eternally and in perpetuity. So today in Munyonyo, we gave birth to eternal ideas. I thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Professor Eddie Maloka. Definitely, if you're searching for the Garden of Eden, you will find it somewhere in the Pearl of Africa. And like I told you at the beginning, on the very first day, I think the first day we started off with a bit of winter in the morning, or autumn, And now we're having summer. That is Uganda. You can have all the seasons in just one particular day. And Your Excellency, in the last 3 days, as the discussions were coming through, and as Professor Eddie Maluka has said, that these are ideas that are going to live internally, the participation of the women and youth came out very evidently, because, Your Excellency, as you definitely know, looking at the demographics of Uganda, it is one of the youngest populations, and we cannot leave out the youth. They either become a part of the discussion on the table, or else they will be a part of the menu that is being eaten on the table. And without any further ado, Your Excellency, allow me invite Mr. Amer Bukvich, who is the Director General, Global Practice and Partnerships at the Islamic Development Bank, who've also made this event a success and made sure that it actually comes to pass. Mr. Amer Bukvich, this is your time, please.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. In the name of Allah, most beneficent, the most merciful. His Excellency Yoweri Kaguta Museveni, President of Republic of Uganda, Right and Honorable Robina Nabanya, Prime Minister of the Republic of Uganda, Honorable Amos Lugolobi, Minister of State for Finance, Planning and Economic Development, His Excellency Dr. Monique Nesanzabaganwa, Deputy Chairman of African Union Commission, His Excellency Fodai Yumkela, Minister of Political and Public Affairs and Chairperson of APRM Focal Point Sierra Leone, His Excellency Ali El Hefni, Member of APRM Panel of Eminent Persons, Ms. Suzanne Ngongi Namondo, UN Resident Coordinator Uganda, Professor Eddie Maluka, CEO of APRM, His Excellency Azam Al-Barak, and His Excellency Bandar Al-Bazai from the Saudi Fund for Development. Distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, let me begin by extending my sincere thanks to the government of Uganda, under the auspices of His Excellency Yoweri Kaguta Museveni, President of the Republic of Uganda, for graciously hosting the Second Africa High-Level Forum on South-South and Triangular Cooperation for Sustainable Development. Distinguished delegates, as you may know, Islamic Development Bank is the only multilateral development bank whose entire membership is coming from the Global South. South-South cooperation is in the DNA of the bank, of the Islamic Development Bank. At the operational level, the Islamic Development Bank championed South-South cooperation among its member countries since it started its business in 1975. Therefore, we were very pleased to be a co-organizer of the Second Africa High-Level Forum on South-South and Triangular Cooperation for Sustainable Development. Distinguished delegates, this year's forum comes at the middle of several development challenges. However, during the last 3 days, the countries from the Global South have shown remarkable commitment of solidarity to help one another to respond to emerging development issues. The enriched discussions during the forum sessions were very informative. We knew, for example, how the southern countries are working towards strengthening their national ecosystems for SSTRC and how they are using SSTRC as an effective means for achieving the SDGs. And we knew also that a lot still has to be done to mainstream and scale up the South-South Triangular Cooperation for the benefit of Africa and other regions. Distinguished delegates, as a firm believer in the importance of SSTRC, the Islamic Development Bank avails the opportunity of this forum to renew its commitment to work with our African member countries and development partners to advance the South-South Triangular cooperation modality at both the intellectual and operational levels to become a major enabler for achieving the Sustainable Development Goals in Africa and beyond. Finally, I would like to salute to all involved in organizing the forum in this beautiful country of Uganda, with wise and impressive leadership, and hardworking, intelligent, and beautiful people. And for the end, I just would like to testify one more time, since this was my first visit to Uganda, the beauty of this country is unimaginable. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Amer Bukvich, and it is definitely a pleasure to know that the South-South Triangular Cooperation is in the DNA of the ISDB, because like we earlier on mentioned, the 6 I's, very important, as clearly outlined by the United Nations team, very much we need to support, because there is nothing that can be done without the finances, and we're sure that that will be coming through. And Your Excellency, without any further ado, I know there is a lot on your plate, especially that you've actually just also returned from the United Arab Emirates. Allow me now invite to take on the last session of our program, Honorable Amos Lugolobi, the Minister of State for Finance Planning and Economic Development. Thank you. Let's welcome him.
Your Excellency, the President of the Republic of Uganda, Your Excellencies, the Deputy Chairperson of the African Union Commission and the UN Resident Coordinator Uganda, allow me stand on the established protocol as I outlined earlier. I take this honor and privilege to welcome you, Your Excellency, and commend you for accepting the request by the APRM Continental Secretariat and the AU Commission to host this second high-level forum of South-to-South and Triangular Cooperation for Sustainable Development. I'm proud to report that the participants have been very dedicated and fully deliberated the intensive program of this forum as planned. Permit me to thank them for their dedication and hard work. Your Excellency, before I proceed, kindly allow me to begin by recognizing the presence of some dignitaries who have been part of this forum. I'll start with His Excellency, Dr. Monique Nsanzabaganwa, Deputy Chairperson of the African Union Commission, Ms. Susan Ngonyi Namondo, UN Resident Coordinator Uganda, Ambassador Fodi Yumkela, Minister of Political and Public Affairs and Chairperson of APRM Focal Points from Sierra Leone. He's the chair of the Focal Points of the Africa Peer Review Mechanism at the AU level. He's actually our chair. Dr. Hala El Said, Minister of Planning and Economic Development, stroke chairperson of Governors, Islamic Development Bank, Egypt. Honorable Dr. Monica Musenero is here with us. He's the Minister of Science, Technology and Innovation, Uganda. Honorable Ohod El Rumi, Minister of State for Government Development and Future from United Arab Emirates. Honorable Amara Karon, Deputy Minister of Public Political Affairs and APRM Focal Point Sierra Leone. Ambassador Imadi Zuhair, Assistant Minister for International Cooperation, State of Palestine, Dr. Mona Essam, Assistant Minister of Planning and Economic Development for Sustainable Development, Egypt, Ms. Sarah Mateke, Honorable, Minister of State for Youth and Children Affairs, Uganda, Honorable Thomas Mbomba, Deputy Minister of Foreign Affairs and Regional Integration, Ghana, Professor Eddie Maroka, the CEO, APRM Continental Secretariat, His Excellency Zhang Rizong, the Ambassador of the People's Republic of China to Uganda, His Excellency Ms. Natalie E. Brown, Ambassador of the United States of America to Uganda, His Excellency Ambassador Donia Ayebare, Uganda's permanent representative to the United Nations, Ms. Elisi Atafwa, the resident representative UNDP Uganda, Ms. Zhongchan Grace Wang, the director ad interim, United Nations Office for South-to-South Cooperation, Dr. Bara Yunus, Senior Advisor, Office of Special Assistant to the President of SCDGs, Nigeria. Professor Pamela Mbabazi was here, National Planning Authority. Honorable Lydia Wanyoto, member of the APR panel of eminent persons, and Mr. James Mohati, Principal Secretary, Economic Planning, Republic of Kenya. We also had in our midst, Your Excellency, representatives from the Office of the President, Zambia, the AU Commission, Brazilian Cooperation Agency, the Organization of Economic Cooperation and Development, OECD, Aid Corps, Nigeria, Tunisian Agency for Technical Cooperation, Rwanda Cooperation Initiative, RCI, Moroccan Agency for International Cooperation, National Agency for International Cooperation, Comoros, Japan International Cooperation Agency, JICA, Office in Uganda, Spanish Agency for International Cooperation, the Saudi Fund for Development, Saudi Arabia, African Development Bank were represented here, Moroccan Agency for International Cooperation, International Fund for Agriculture Development, IFAD, South African Development Community, SADC, Commercial Liaison Office to the AU, Namibian Chamber of Commerce and Industry, East African Community was represented here from the headquarters, Conrad Stefan, Adenua, Uganda, National Women Council, Egypt, National Government Affirmative Action Fund, Kenya, and the Anti-Corruption Coalition, Ghana. Your Excellency, besides the government of Uganda, this forum has been made possible with support, financial, human, etc., with the support of the United Nations Office for South-to-South Cooperation, UNESCO, the UNDP, the Islamic Development Bank, and the APRM Continental Secretariat. This second Africa High-Level Forum of South-to-South Triangular Cooperation for Sustainable Development builds on outcomes of the first high-level forum, which was organized in Cairo, Egypt in 2021. The forum has attracted a big number of participants and exhibitors from different member states of the Global South who have had discussions on many important thematic issues. We are therefore optimistic that this Kampala Forum will achieve its overall objective of uplifting development cooperation, particularly South-to-South and triangular cooperation at the bilateral, regional, and continental levels. Your Excellency, the forum noted that through well-established partnership mechanisms and strong institutional frameworks, South-to-South cooperation can enable us to overcome various challenges, including the lingering severe financial and capacity gaps that have obstructed attainment of our development goals. Your Excellency, the 3 days deliberations have centered on 1, South-to-South triangular cooperation programs, projects implementation experiences, and progress made to date, challenges encountered, and proposed solutions. 2, we focused also on economic resilience and development financing. We also looked at accelerating implementation of the Global Agenda 2030 SDGs and Africa Agenda 2063, using existing frameworks, mechanisms, and systems of UN agencies, AFDB, Islamic Development Bank, as well as South-to-South arrangements with countries such as China, Saudi Arabia, Brazil, OECD, and countries of the North, such as the United States of America and Japan. 4, we looked at building national ecosystems for South-to-South triangular cooperation. And 5, we looked at the idea of improving trade and industrialization. Number 6, we looked at the role of Africa's private sector in the South-to-South triangular cooperation. And 7, we looked at the role of science, technology, and education in invigorating South-to-South triangular cooperation in Africa and the global South, among other things. Your Excellency, the following are some of the key highlights of the forum deliberations. First, the cooperation among the global South, including Africa, Asia, China, and South American partners, is strengthened to continue delivering tangible outcomes in development cooperation. The support provided by Asia and Latin America, alongside the cooperation with traditional partners in the North, is vital to ensure implementation of Africa's continental priorities. Number 2, the forum urged the Global South to A, explore ways to make the implementation of development agendas more robust in order to achieve their aspirations. B, discover innovative pathways for lifting the 1.3 billion people out of multidimensional poverty in the Global South. C, identify genuine actions in support of regional interventions aimed at stabilizing of the Great Lakes region and the Horn of Africa as an enabler of all forms of growth and integration. And D, mobilize large-scale South-to-South and triangular cooperation initiatives that can improve the condition of our people, help compensate for education losses due to COVID-19, and leverage science, technology, innovation, and technical and vocational education. Number 3, the forum noted the support available under the Islamic Development Bank, as he has just elucidated it, for capacity development, specifically for enhancing national ecosystems for South-to-South triangular cooperations. Member countries were urged to take advantage of this support opportunity. ISDB also pledged more support towards implementation of programs and projects that have linkage to SDGs and Agenda 2063. Number 4, the forum noted the need for South-to-South member countries to embark on designing strategies for utilizing the support recently announced by the United States government of United States dollars 55 billion towards implementation of the Africa Agenda 2063. The African Development Bank also outlined available support under its portfolio towards infrastructure and human capital development projects in Africa. Others who pledged various forms of further support to South-to-South triangular cooperation programs include the African Union itself, the UN Office for South-to-South Cooperation, the Japanese government through JICA, the Saudi Fund for Development, International Fund for Agriculture Development, IFAD, and the Center for Global Africa based at the Delaware State University, USA. Number 5, the low level of intra-Africa trade currently at about 16 to 18% of total trade in Africa, was noted to have been aggravated by weak economic recovery in Africa and elsewhere in the global south. The forum urged South-to-South Triangular Cooperation member countries to urgently design and implement strategies and plans to reverse the situation where African countries are largely dependent on the industrial north in terms of trade and investment. Timely action was highlighted to prevent further vulnerability and indebtedness. It was noted that the foundation for increased horizontal cooperation among African states has been laid by initiatives such as the Africa Continental Free Trade Area, AFTA. Increased cooperation was also identified in areas of investment, research and technology development, as well as capacity development. Number 6, South-to-South Triangular Cooperation countries were urged to leverage South-to-South cooperation to achieve sustainable development by sharing development solutions, transferring knowledge and technologies, and providing mutual support and technical assistance. In this regard, adequate strategies, frameworks, and guidelines will be required to be designed for mutual benefit and for meaningful long-term South-to-South triangular engagements, including those on global issues like climate change, refugee management, global pandemic management, food security, and many others. Number 7, South-to-South Triangular Cooperation member countries should stop delegating to others. We need to set up think tanks at the national and regional levels to work through our education needs. In addition, South-to-South Triangular Cooperation member countries need to, number 1, identify priority industrial value chains in their countries and regions, and 2, identify competences required for us to fully exploit our raw materials and knowledge to inform the education system that we should put in place to leverage those opportunities. Number 9, the education system should take care of values, mindset change, patriotism, and a good understanding, as well as competences to develop science, technology, and innovation, which will enable us to domesticate the industries for value addition at the continental level. And number 10, finally, the South-to-South Triangular Cooperation member countries should focus on complementation and not competition among themselves. Your Excellency, Uganda has been ably represented at this forum, and we have shared information on various Ugandan success stories, challenges, and we have also made proposals for accelerating the South-to-South cooperation for socio-economic transformation in Africa. Lastly, Your Excellency, you may recall that Uganda is set to become the chair of the Non-Aligned Movement, NAM, starting end of 2023 to 2026, after Azerbaijan. The G77 summit will also be hosted in Kampala later this year. The interlinkages between the 20th NAM and G77 forum notwithstanding, it is appreciated that South-to-South Triangular Cooperation Forum has served us well as a precursor to the coming important meetings scheduled to take place here in Kampala. Your Excellency, before I invite you to address this gathering, allow me to invite the chairperson of the focal points at the AU level of the APRM member states to come and give very brief highlights about the draft communique, which, after being finalized, will be circulated to your office and to the various delegations here present.
Thank you very much, my colleague. Your Excellency, Yoweri Kaguta Museveni, President of the Republic of Uganda, please permit me, Your Excellency, because of time, to stand on already established existing protocols. Your Excellency, sir, indeed it is an honor and privilege to stand here in the presence of one of Africa's embodiment of what I will refer to as total Pan-Africanism, in the person of His Excellency Yoweri Kaguta Museveni, President of the Republic of Uganda. For the last few days, Your Excellency, on Ugandan soil, we have discussed issues under the South-South and Triangular Cooperation Framework on Africa's Sustainable Development Agenda. It is indeed a privilege, Your Excellency, to be asked to, and if I may seek your gracious approval, to read an abridged version of the draft communique, sir. Thank you, sir. The second Africa High-Level Forum of South-South and Triangular Cooperation for Sustainable Development, 17-19 January 2023, Speak Resort Hotel, Munyanyo, Kampala, Uganda, on the theme, Building National Capacities for South-South and Triangular Cooperation Ecosystem in Africa, and forging horizontal partnerships for sustainable and resilient societies. Expressing its gratitude to the Islamic Development Bank, UNDP Regional Office in Addis Ababa, and UNDP in Uganda to collaborate with APRM as co-organizers of the second high-level forum of South Africa and Triangular Cooperation, as well as providing all the necessary support, appreciating the important role played by the government of the Republic of Uganda, led by His Excellency Yoweri Kaguta Museveni, President of the Republic of Uganda, in hosting the second Africa High-Level Forum on South-South and Triangular Cooperation for Sustainable Development at Munyonyo Commonwealth Resort, Kampala, from 17 to 19 January. Welcoming and with gratitude the efforts of the African Peer Review Mechanism, APRM, Islamic Development Bank, Saudi Fund for Development, the United Nations Office for South-South Cooperation, United Nations Development Program, and the AU Commission for partnering in organizing the Africa High-Level Forum of South-South and Triangular Cooperation Forum. Further calling on AU member states to utilize SSTRC to address and compact financial gaps for Agenda 2063, illicit financial flows, IFF, and lobby for debt cancellation as a strategy to revitalize African economies post-COVID-19 recovery, hereby declares as follows. 1, the global and regional context of South-South and Triangular Cooperation for the implementation of Agenda 2063 and SDGs reiterates a call made during Buenos Aires in March 2019 that South-South and Triangular Cooperation, SSTRC, contribute to the implementation of the 2063 and 2030 agendas for sustainable development and to achieving the overarching goal of eradication of poverty in all of its forms and dimensions, as it shares the comprehensive vision of development contained in the 17 Sustainable Development Goals that balance the 3 dimensions of sustainable development: the economic, social, and environmental. 2, building national ecosystems for SLTRC in Africa, stresses the need for building national ecosystems of South-South cooperation in the Global South to ensure that countries are endorsing political ownership and leading development planning, financing, and aligning donors' strategies with national priorities. Number 3, economic resilience and finance for development. Welcomes with support the multidimensional policies adopted by African countries to curb the consequences of COVID-19 and the need to rebuild economies. 4, accelerating the implementation of Agenda 2063, the role of the AU, UN, and other partners from the Global South, calls on the Africans in diaspora and African think tanks to contribute towards enhancing intellectual capital in Africa through African universities. 5, trade and industrialization for value addition economies in Africa and Global South. Acknowledging the importance of localizing industries in Africa, especially intensive labor industries that can absorb youth capacities in Africa and hence facilitate intertrade between African countries. Number 6, the role of science, technology, and education in invigorating SSTRC for African countries and the Global South, reaffirming the need for advancing technology and e-governance amongst countries of Global South to attain access to education, training, and skills building in Africa. And finally, 7, the impact of South-South and triangular cooperation on youth and women empowerment in Africa. Renews the call, its call that South-South cooperation can be beneficial for youth exchange and work experience, and reaffirming that youth remains a strategic player in the African societies and empowering youth and associated civil society organizations shall be useful for the implementation of sustainable development at long scale. This draft communique is done on the 19th of January 2023 in Kampala, Republic of Uganda. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Your Excellency, just before I invite you to address the participants, I just wish to inform you that there's a small ceremony of awarding certain presents from the Africa Continental APRM, from the Africa Peer Review Mechanism Continental Secretariat, led by Professor Mayoka. He will be making the necessary arrangements for that. It will be very brief. And secondly, I would request that, sir, you allow for a session of group photos to be taken, and then the national anthems will be sung thereafter. Your Excellency, it is now my honor to invite you to address the participants and to also officially close this second high-level forum on South-South Triangular Cooperation for Sustainable Development.
the honorable ministers who are here, Excellencies, ambassadors, and all the distinguished persons who are here. First of all, I congratulate you on having successfully held the South-South Conference on National Ecosystems here in Uganda. Congratulations. It is good that you chose Uganda to hold the conference, and I hope the Ugandans organized well for the conference. Now the South-South cooperation is historical. It was necessitated by, first of all, it has been there for a long time. There was communication between East Africa and Arabia, especially Oman and Yemen. They used to come to Dar es Salaam, Tanzania, to Zanzibar, to Mombasa. Also communication with India, and even with China. So there were that ancient linkages. And as for Latin America and the Americas, African slaves were taken to those continents, and that's why you find so many of them there. Now, by 1900, the whole of the African continent had been colonized except for Ethiopia. And so had India, Indochina, Indonesia and Malaysia and all those countries. They had all been colonized. Therefore, in recent times, starting from 1900, we have been together fighting for freedom. The first modern anti-colonial movement was founded by the ANC of South Africa in 1912. And it is good for you to remember that Mahatma Gandhi, was actually at one time in South Africa working together with the African National Congress of South Africa. Therefore, this South-South cooperation is not new. There was the conference in Bandung, Indonesia, in 1955, where the Bandung principles were promulgated. Now, in the anti-colonial struggle, we supported one another. When India got independence in 1947, Nehru was supporting us. So was Nasser of Egypt, and Mao Zedong of China. They were supporting us. So this cooperation is not new. I don't know why people don't bring that one out. And we have gone very far because we defeated colonialism together. The challenge now is creating prosperity for all our people. By 1960, affluence, wealth, prosperity was only in a few countries of Western Europe, North America, United States and Canada, and Japan. The rest of the world, we were in poverty. We have a lot of natural resources, as you can see here. There is nothing we lack here in terms of natural resources. But there were internal weaknesses within ourselves, our kings and all those pharaohs. Were blind, they couldn't see what should be done. But also we had the external interference. So two problems, internal and external. That's how Africa has almost lost 600 years of development time. From 1472, when the Portuguese got to West Africa, looking for a sea route to go to the east, Africa has been in upheavals, in problems, slave trade, all problems, colonialism and all that. Almost 600 years. But we won our freedom in all the countries of the South. I think the last was South Africa in 1994. So it's now high time to address the issue of global affluence. We don't want partial affluence in only a few countries. That is a system of parasitism, of parasites. We don't want parasitism, we want symbiosis, where people equally gain from working together. The situation, of course, now has changed a bit. China has got out of that circle of poverty. They have built a fairly prosperous society. India, even some sections of the African population have gained affluence. However, that is not enough. That's why a conference like this is good. And when we talk of affluence, what do we mean? We mean good food. Everybody should have enough food. Not overeat, but eat sufficiently. Clothes, what to wear. Shelter, good houses. Locomotion, moving around. How do you move around? By what means? Transport. Energy. Energy for cooking, energy for lighting, energy for refrigeration. Here in Uganda, we don't need energy for air conditioning, but in other countries they do. You can see God is the one air conditioning you here. So that one is needed in some of the countries. For transport, means of transport, energy. So adequate access to energy. Health. People living a healthy life by eating good food, but also medical care. Education, recreation, etc., etc. That's what an affluent society is like. How do I achieve this affluence? How do I achieve it? Do we achieve it by donations? By begging? Our answer here in Uganda is no. Affluence will be achieved by two ways. Producing goods and services which you sell. Everybody must be a producer of a good or a service if you are old enough, if you are not a child. A producer of a good or a service which you sell. And then secondly, education for all. When all people get educated, and of course other factors like health, then you have ingredients for creating sustainably, because the words we are using here are sustainable. A society of affluence. Can you sustainably ensure affluence through donations? No, you can't. Affluence must be through education for all, but also all adults who are not too old engaged in producing a good or a service, either as entrepreneurs or as workers in those. Therefore, here in Uganda, we have been guiding our people that production of goods and services can only be in 4 sectors here, according to our area. Sectors of the economy. Number one, commercial agriculture. As you can see, Uganda is very good for agriculture. And that's why we never have problem of food. Please, when you go out, tell those people that here we don't have problem of food. Because I normally see on TV, Africa food, Africa food, Africa food. Yes, some parts of Africa don't have food, but here we have got a problem of too much food. The problem with the market. The problem with the market, not the food. In some years, in many years, we produce a lot, there's no market. Then the farmers go away, go to other things, then you find next, like a few years ago, we produced 5 million tons of maize. In Uganda, maize, you call it corn. Other people call it corn something. Then in Uganda, we don't eat a lot of maize because we have got other foods. So we consumed only 1 million tons. So we had a surplus of 4 million tons. Where do we sell it? Oh, problems here, problem there. There was no market. And the price collapsed. And then the farmers walked away. They walked away from maize. They went to other things. Then after some years, there's a shortage of maize. But so production, creation of affluence, according to us, can only be through production of goods and services and education for all. And in the case of producing goods and services, sector one is commercial agriculture. Here I emphasize commercial agriculture because here we had traditional, non-commercial agriculture. People were just growing their own food for eating at home. And many of them, for a long time, did not understand the importance of commercial producing for sale. We have been working on it. Sector two, manufacturing, industry. Sector three, services, hospitality, tourism, transport, professional services, medical, and so on. And then sector four, ICT. It is through these that we are working here in Uganda to create affluence. And all these four sectors are what we call, characterized as wealth creation. Creating wealth for the families, for the individuals, and for the country. Because sometimes people confuse this wealth creation with something else, which here we describe as development. You may have a development without creating wealth. If the government builds roads, the railways, the power stations, electricity, but the families and the individuals don't take advantage of it, you will have development, but no wealth. And it is wealth that really, in the end, deals with, ushers in affluence although assisted by development. And development, we mean the roads, the railways, the electricity power stations, piped water, ICT. All this could be summarized as infrastructure. But then the government must also, and the individuals, the government and the individual agencies and private sector must engage in research. The human being has been here for the last 4.5 million years. That's when we evolved from the other primates. And through these millions of years, man has been gaining more understanding of the natural laws that people call science. Gravity, electronics, all that is part of nature or manipulation of nature. So research is very crucial. And part of the backwardness of Africa was when we lagged behind in science and technology. We invented fire 1.5 million years ago. We took part in the agricultural revolution. We took part in the domestication of animals, but thereafter we lagged behind. When the Chinese invented gunpowder and the Europeans weaponized it, we took part in the Iron Age, but after that we lagged behind. So this lagging behind in science and technology is very dangerous. It should never happen again. But then the question is, how do we sustainably and safely do this? In my view, we need to do the following. Preserve the water sources and the environment. If we preserve the water sources like this lake here, and the environment generally, it will be easier to sustainably create affluence forever, more or less. And by the environment, by the water bodies, we are talking about the lakes, the rivers, the forests, the steep gradients of the mountains, the wetlands, etc., etc. Secondly, use the fossil fuels safely and ensure adequate countermeasures. These fossil fuels have become a problem because they are overused. Otherwise, carbon dioxide is actually good. Carbon dioxide is the one the plants use through photosynthesis to manufacture food. And all living things have carbon in them. If some of the wonderful people are here were to, by bad luck, burn somewhere, we'll find carbon in your body. It's called exirira in our language. Exirira. So the problem has been overuse and anarchy in planning, but also greed for money. These people who are greedy for money are the problem. Thirdly, use clean energy. Fourth, fight pollution of chemicals, plastics, etc. 5, use safe materials for whatever we are doing, like for instance, avoiding asbestos, all those dangerous things which are used without first studying them carefully. What then are the obstacles in this? I think there are 2. Ignorance, some of the people didn't know, but also greed. Like for instance here, we didn't know that the biogas was, as you can see, we have got so much vegetable and animal materials. Biogas is very easy for us to make here. But we didn't know, we were not concentrating on it. Hydropower, solar power, wind power. Now, regarding, finally, South-South cooperation, again, as I said at the beginning, we collaborated during the anti-colonial struggle. We used to have what we call the Afro-Asian Solidarity Group. We used to have the tricontinental, the 3 continents, Asia, Africa, Latin America. We cooperated at the Bandung Conference. So it is now time to cooperate on ensuring affluence for all our people. And what does this mean? Because when I produce a good or a service, I need a consumer to buy what I have produced. If I've produced a good or a service and nobody buys it, then I am stuck. I cannot have affluence. I don't know whether you have studied the situation in Latin America, because some of the Latin American people are here. The countries of Latin America, I think, have got much more natural resources than the United States of America. If you look at the rivers, you look at the forests, you look at the minerals, I think South America is richer than North America. But the question is, why is there so much suffering in Latin America? And there is affluence in the United States. I think my answer is it's organizational. United States is one huge market covering 3 million square miles of land with 300 and I think 20 million people now. There, when I am a producer or a good or a service, I've got many buyers. But if I'm in Nicaragua or Honduras or Panama, even if I produce a good or a service, how many would buy from me? When the British colonies got independence in 1776, they took a wise decision of uniting the 13 colonies first, who formed the nucleus of the United States. And from there, they went on expanding. I think this is the difference. There could be other issues, but I think this is one of the factors. So therefore, here, the issue of market is very crucial. When I produce a good or a service, how many people will buy from me? The more, the better. Fortunately, here in Africa, we are working on that issue. Here in Uganda, you have got 43 million consumers, but these are not enough. The Ugandans already know that these are not enough. We have got so much surplus of everything is in surplus: cement, milk, maize, bananas, everything is in surplus. So that shows you that the internal market, like take milk for instance, we produce 2.8 billion liters of milk. Internal consumption is only 800 million, surplus 2 billion liters. But fortunately, with our elders, Mwalimu Nyerere, our elders who went before us, Arap Moi and others, Hassan Mwinyi is still alive. But fortunately also, all the African leaders have now agreed on the CFTA, the Continental Free Trade Area. So at least on the African side, people are aware of the need. But how about South-South? We need to resolve this issue of trading together, buying from one another, because that is what will stimulate, will enhance prosperity. We are also working with the other countries, because for us, we are not selfish. We are not like the colonialists who were prosperous at our expense. We want everybody to be prosperous. The whole world, global, universal affluence. That's what we want, and we know this is good for everybody. When somebody in the world gets out of poverty, I benefit here in Uganda. You need examples? When China was getting out of poverty, raw materials here went up in price. The price of steel per ton was $200. But because of the big boom of building in China, it went to $900 per ton. Cement went up. the price of cement, the price of copper went up. So we are benefiting from progress in China. Here in Uganda, we are benefiting from that. I don't know why some people want to be the only ones who are in a good life. This is really bankrupt. It's ideological bankruptcy. So therefore, as we talk of South-South cooperation, we should also intensify North-South cooperation. So that, for instance, and this is already happening. I've told you, here we've got a lot of products. An example of milk. We have so much milk here. Then we got some investors from India, South-South. And then we found that in America, in the USA, they need some baby foods or something like that. And those baby foods need a protein called casein, which we get from milk. And these factories are exporting to the USA now, exporting that protein. So, South-South, South-North. We should agree on that. We don't want. So on the side of South-South, in Africa we are moving well. CFTA, Continental Free Trade Area. But now we have BRICS. BRICS, this is Brazil, Russia, India, China, South Africa. Plus, adding on, trying to add on other countries. That's a good effort, which we should encourage. But with the USA, with the European Union, we already have AGOA, African Growth Opportunity Act. So when these companies from the Philippines, from Indonesia, from wherever, from China, from India, invest here, produce products, this should be sold in the USA, using our raw materials, using our labor, using our electricity. The only thing they are bringing is capital, entrepreneurship, and technology. That's all. Then we shall be able to export to the USA under AGOA, to the European Union under EBA, everything but arms. This is what I think is needed for ensuring global affluence. Don't fear everybody being rich. Don't continue with the win-lose mentality. We need a win-win mentality. And it will benefit everybody. It will expand the global economy massively. The present situation is shameful. I will end with just one example, which I have shared a few times with the Ugandans. This is the example of coffee. Coffee is produced in the global south. Brazil, Colombia, Vietnam, Uganda here. Uganda, we are now producing more than 8 million bags. We are almost overtaking Colombia, and Vietnam. Because when I last checked, Colombia and Vietnam were about 11 million bags. Brazil was 30 million. But we shall overtake these because it is easy for us here. So coffee is produced by the Global South. The global value of coffee business is $460 billion. But the Global South takes only $27 billion from the 460 billion. Africa, only 2.5 billion. So you wonder, are there Christians in the world? Because we hear Christians, love your neighbor as you love yourself. Love God with all your heart and all your might. Where are these Christians? How can something like this go on? And apparently, of course, I was very angry with my people here for sleeping and not adding value to the coffee. But I was told that even when you add value, some people try to block you from entering some of the markets in the world. They want us to continue producing raw materials, getting $2 per kilo, while somebody else gets $50 from the same kilo where I have got $2. This is a big shame. And this is something that should be banished by frank talk among ourselves. So with these few words, should be careful, should not give me opportunity to talk because I can talk forever. If you give me audience to talk, you do so at your own risk. With these few words, I declare the conference closed. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency, for those kind words. Your Excellency, I'll beg your indulgence after that to just give us just a few more minutes before we can let you go. We may get seated. Your Excellency will be getting back. And as His Excellency gets back, our next round is going to be a very brief one. We'll have Professor Eddie Maloka, who will be presenting a special plaque to the President, to which he will make a citation right here, and then he will move to the President. The plaque will be handed over to you, Professor, and you will hand it over to His Excellency Yoweri Kaguta Museveni, and thereafter have a group photo before we can have the other group photos, and we'll sing the national anthem, the East African anthem and the national anthem in that order, and then His Excellency Yoweri Kaguta Museveni will be departing from us. Thank you. We await His Excellency to return to his seat in just a bit. And as His Excellency returns, in our order of photographs, I will request that after Professor Eddie Maloka, the following will be ready to take a photo with the President. We'll have the ministers of Uganda present, together with the visiting ministers and heads of delegation who will be coming through, the APRM Secretariat. We will have the APRM Uganda together with the NPA board and staff, and also our development partners. His Excellency is back, and Your Excellency, I'll beg your indulgence on this next approach, which is not going to take a lot of our time. And ladies and gentlemen, allow me invite Professor Eddie Maloka, who will read a citation before presenting a special award to His Excellency, the President of the Republic of Uganda.
Thank you very much, Madam Moderator and Excellencies, President. I've been requested to present this plaque on behalf of the APRM family, which reads as follows, Your Excellency: with profound appreciation on the occasion of the African Union's 20 years of existence, APRM honors His Excellency Yoweri Kaguta Museveni, President of Uganda. Thank you for being a committed champion of the African Agenda 2063. Your wise leadership, inspiration, and counsel has guided and motivated all our people in the struggle for Pan-Africanism, patriotism, democracy, and socio-economic transformation of our continent. Long live Africa, long live Uganda, long live President Museveni, APRM Secretariat. I thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, Professor Eddie Maloka now presents the special award for the leadership and stewardship of President Yoweri Museveni. And I will request, after presenting that award, all the other guests who are specially recognized in this will join in with their plaques to be able to have a group photo with the President. To all the others that did receive their certificates, right after that, I am going to request that you move slowly, and protocol will lead us. You move in slowly and take a group photo with the President. The protocol will help us on that. The eminent persons that were also recognized for their contribution and work done, and those will be joining the President for the group photo. And thereafter, I'm going to request, without any further ado, after that group photo, I will request all the ministers of the Republic of Uganda, the Pearl of Africa, together with all the visiting ministers and heads of delegations, to join in the photo immediately after those awardees take their group photo. All the ministers of Uganda will join after that group photo, and all the visiting ministers from Egypt, Djibouti, Sierra Leone, and to all other visiting countries, Rwanda, present. And the heads of delegation, please, I kindly request that you will join the President. Protocol will lead us on that, and you will have your group photo as well. That second group photo right there will be of the ministers of the Republic of Uganda, together with the visiting ministers and heads of delegation. The photo right now taking place is of ministers of Uganda, together with the ministers present from other countries and heads of delegation. And thereafter, I'm going to request the APRM Secretariat, led by Professor Eddie Maloka, once again, to be a part of the next photo. After our ministers, that photo is done. We will request Professor Eddie Maloka to lead the APRM Secretariat, Sarah Hamonda, Jean Vance Adon, Lennon Monyaye, Leziwe Masilewa, and Peter Katwesije to join the next picture. Thank you very much to all the visiting ministers and heads of delegation for making your time. In the next picture, we request the APRM Secretariat led by Professor Eddie Maloka to join in. Protocol will help us with that. Our next photo, which is preceding the very last, will be the APRM Secretariat, which is joining us. Thank you so much for the organization. Thank you so much for making time. And after the APRM Secretariat, the President is still indulging with a number of eminent persons. We will wait on that for just a while before we have the APM Secretariat joining in. All right, that next photo is of the APRM Secretariat led by Professor Eddie Maloka, who is the CEO, joining the President. And after the APRM Secretariat, I'm going to request the NPA board and staff to join in. The Executive Director, NPA, will be represented by Honorable Charles Olenia Jok. And Professor Pamela will be represented by the Deputy Chairperson, Professor Samuel Oboya Chinyera, together with the National Governance Council, APRM Uganda, Dr. Albert Byamugisha. The last but not least photograph is of the NPA board and staff. We request that you make your way quick so we can leave the President out of the sun. I know we are gifted by nature, but we're not giving the President free sauna right now. We'll be taking. And the very last one will be coming in from our development partners. That will be the very last picture after the NPA staff. Our development partners, the United Nations family. Your Excellency, this will be the very last photo with our development partners, UNDP and the entire United Nations family. The resident coordinator is right there. Islamic Development Bank, the Saudi Fund, African Union. This is the very last picture with our development partners. Your Excellency, those are our development partners who are joining you now. The persons who have made sure that this comes to pass. Right there, the two ladies side by side is the UNDP resident rep, together with the United Nations resident coordinator. The Islamic Development Bank will be joining you. The African Union will be joining you as well, together with the Saudi Fund, amongst other development partners. That is the very last one, Your Excellency, and we thank you so much for joining us. Let's stand still for the picture to all our development partners, and thank you so much for making this happen. And right after that, ladies and gentlemen, we are done with the pictures. I will request that we all stand as the President gets back to his tent. I will request that we all stand and we will take the anthems. Crane performers, thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, I am going to request that we all stand and we will take the anthems in reverse order, starting with the East African anthem, and thereafter we will take the Ugandan anthem before we let His Excellency Yoweri Kaguta Museveni depart from us. Thank you very much, Your Excellency, for sparing time off your busy schedule to join us. And thank you very much for your kind words. Your speech definitely entirely entailed the Sustainable Development Goals. And of course, through your speech, I think our entire national anthem was as well represented. And to all the distinguished ladies and gentlemen, that you wait for the president to move, and thereafter we will also be departing. All right, thank you very much, Crane performers, for that. I'm going to request that I make just a brief announcement before we can all depart. I beg your indulgence, dear delegates, that I make this announcement. There is a panel of 60 distinguished delegates who are going to be led by our ushering team to Stables Restaurant. And I will request the ushering team to come to the front and be able to lead our delegates. And the other delegates, all of us are going to have our lunch from the pool area, the same area where we had lunch yesterday. And the coupons are going to be given to us by the ushers as we step out. But I'm going to request the ushering team to just come forward and lead our 60 delegates who are going to have their lunch from Stables Restaurant. Otherwise, thank you so much for coming through. I hope that you enjoy the Pearl of Africa, as beautiful as it comes. And take off some time to just enjoy the beauty of Uganda. And Johnny Masses to us all as we get back. A special thank you to the National Organizing Committee for putting together these. May God bless you. I remain Mildred Tuhaise for God and my country.
Uganda,